Morning to everyone. Welcome to our second. Hold on a second, please. Good morning. Welcome to our second knowledge sharing workshop exploring opportunities and challenges of red mass in Colombia. Wildlife, climate, law, and to be here and to welcome you to this space. Welcome all the virtual assistants and attendees to this event. We want to thank your assistance. We apologize for this delay and we hope the agenda for today will be highly useful for you. Today, we are going to be focusing in a second topic. This is our second event. We will be talking about nesting and alignment of jurisdictional and project level deforestation baselines. This project is part of an initiative of the U.S. Department of State's Bureau of Oceans and International Environment and Scientific Affairs, and it's looking for the different countries around the world about applying different programs, projects on a jurisdictional level. Let's start some recommendations for all the attendees. We are going to have some of the presentations in English, some in Spanish, and some in English. This is why if someone here wants to have access to simultaneous translation, you can find it near to the booth, the translation booth. And those who are following the transmission virtually, you can have access to both languages, English or Spanish, whatever you prefer. For all the attendees here in the room, here we have the data, the Wi-Fi access, if you need to have access to Wi-Fi access, and we recommend all the attendees, those of you who are following virtually, to complete the assistance list that is going to be shared during the event to have you updated with the advancements of the project, and you can follow the different presentations that we will be doing during this day. Okay, first of all, we would like to welcome Christina Cyril with some welcoming words on behalf of the Department State, who was the one that funded and hosted this initiative.
Good morning, everyone. Buenos días. My name is Christina.
Buenos días, mi nombre es
With the US State
Cristina.
Department. I work at the Office of Global Change, and I'm the project manager for the 1SL project, which is, as many of you know, offsetting national admissions through sustainable landscapes. And I just wanted to start off by thanking Windrock International, the Wildlife Conservation Society, and also Climate Law and Policy for having us here today and hosting this wonderful event. I am really looking forward to learning from each and every one of you and really learning more about the Colombian context, and really think that in Colombia and in other countries that we're working in as well, having these knowledge sharing events and open discussions are very fruitful and useful. So thank you so much, and I'll hand it back over.
Thank you, Cristina.
Okay, thank you so much, Cristina. Again, welcome all. We want to show you the agenda proposed for today. The participant registration already. We are now in welcome and introduction part. We are also going to have a technical presentation with our partner, Pedro Piefer, from Senior Technical Lead. He's going to talk about Windrock and talking about considerations about nesting. Then we will have a coffee break, followed by a presentation of our colleague Kevin Brown with WCS, who will talk about the technical consideration of project baselines and jurisdictional baselines. Then we will move to a panel discussion where we will discuss with experts, local experts about the experiences of these topics in Colombia, of how they can bring all the experiences, the previous experiences can face the challenges that this nesting process has. This will be moderated by Ivan Valencia, manager of SPAR C6C from GGGI. Then we will have a second panel discussion about technical perspectives on the challenges and opportunities of aligning project level baselines with jurisdictional risk mapping approaches by Esteban Rossi from Everland. And finally, we will have a summary of the events and conclusions so all of us can close the process, own whatever we have, and we will stay with this summary, and then we will have a lunch. I want to start this event for those of you who were not aware of the process. What is the goal, the objective of this process? As Cristina was mentioning, the project 1SL, we are compensating national emissions through sustainable landscapes, is looking to those developing countries to have access to new funding of the private sector to finance the protection of forests. This is the human objective. How are we looking for it? Through three approaches: providing technical assistance to the countries so they can own all the technical concepts behind this process of construction of jurisdictional baselines. And for this, we are trying to develop global tools which are being developed together with other 3 countries that are in a similar process that we are having. And these tools hopefully are going to be reinforced with the different stakeholders within each country: government, market stakeholders, community stakeholders who own the projects, in order to have access for these jurisdictional projects, having all the capacities, skills, and necessary conditions in order to do. The result that is looked is to have the improvement of the comprehension of the red mass between the countries and the developers of the projects and those who buy the carbon credits also. In February, we had this first space by which we worked with different stakeholders. You were there in that space, and we included the different concepts, including red mass and red mass jurisdictional, the history abroad and in Colombia, as well as a general vision overall of finances associated to this type of instruments. This is the support that we had from the Green Rock, WCS, also as Climate and Law and Policy, among other parts of the world who supported us. And we knew in detail Ghana Republic with jurisdictional projects, the history of this country, what are the governance models, in which we have a lot to learn here, given the prevalence that we have here among the red projects associated to ethnic communities and indigenous peoples. We also knew the outlook and perspectives of how the market is behaving with this project, with this program, with the Republic of Ghana. Here we have a picture of what we had that time of a panel of experts. We had the opportunity to have different representatives. We had Rosalind Poswa from Punto Focal Red Mass in Ghana, Everlidis Cordova, she's the legal representative of Cocomasur, Mateo Estrada, environment advisor of OPIAC, Roberto León Gómez, director of the Amazonia MIA, Javier Sabogal, Jaime Severino, director of the program Climate Law and Policy. This is the QR code that will take us to the program if someone is connected and would like to have access to the transmission of this event. This is an interesting space. In this panel, we had some interesting and important and relevant conclusions. We focused on identifying the benefits, challenges, needs that also seen to the future in the implementation of these projects, jurisdictional projects. And we found the following conclusions. With respect to the potential benefits of G-Rate Mass Plus, the first and most important, community participation and engagement and greater capacity of negotiation having a block of negotiation, we will have more buyers and more stakeholders, including nationally and internationally, and having a solid proposal. Also, unifying technical criteria. We need to have a unified and clear rules in order for all the stakeholders to know this. As systematic management of resources, they can have a good and ordered management and more transparent, given different events that we have faced with different projects of Red Mass that we all know and are aware of, and a greater efficiency with the illegal economies. We can identify the challenges clearly, what's going on with the illegal economies, not only the ones that we know, but also we are questioning, like that land owning, which are the most important issues about deforestation around the country. But not all are benefits. We also have interesting challenges behind this project jurisdictional. I'm sorry, these are not projects, these are programs. I apologize. First of all, the challenges is the jurisdictional approach is not a solution, a total solution to the deforestation problems. These have different causes, and one approach, not only from the market, from the actions from the communities are not enough, and less not only from the environmental sector. We need an integral approach, and we need to recognize the limitations that these programs may have in order to face these challenges. Secondly, the limitation of jurisdictions. What do we consider an adequate jurisdiction by which we can perform estimates of baselines of the different standards, but also how the national government decides to delimitate these areas in order to define what would be those technical rules that we already mentioned as benefits. And for this, we need to delimitate. Also, we need transparency of governance rules. Well, it has been mediated by the private sector, or stakeholders considered private for some developers, that some interpretations can also be seen as public. And this needs to be clear. What are the advancements of the position from the communities in front of the regulation is one of the challenges that are considered for the transparency of governance of these programs. With lessons learned of what we have done in the past, of the history that we have of jurisdictional programs or projects, such as Amazonia Mia and the development we are having in Biocarbono Orinoquia, we had some conclusions. First of all, we need an importance of the engagement of the communities. We need, and we have the example of the what we have this week of an inadequate from some leaders that doesn't allow to advance of some process. This blocks the possibility that the communities can be benefited integrally of the benefits, not only from the project, but also from the program. So it is critical to widen the participation.
On the other hand, the equitative distribution of benefits is crucial, not at the level only of communities, but of different territories. In the case of jurisdictional programs, which cover very wide areas of the national territory, every one with different expectations, needs, and different inputs to the process. Therefore, it's important to have an equitative distribution of everything in the program. Now, it's very important for any jurisdictional process to have the input on behalf of communities. In this event, we had representatives of collective territories, which were very appropriated, very empowered on the processes. We will have the participation today of our fellow colleague Wellington, which demonstrates how these communities are developing these capabilities and will keep on doing them. Now, if we had a lack of strengthening of these processes, we should work on it so we can keep on having success. Now, with regard to the summary of this process, the synthesis of it, communities are the most important. They're the owners of the projects. They're not passive stakeholders. Never we have managed this language through international cooperation. We are implementing the breakage of this position, since communities have to face all the challenges these projects have. Now, it's important to assume the inequalities among stakeholders for us to have fair agreements. We're meeting here in Bogota, experts on behalf of many countries of the world, and we're going to discuss very technical topics. These inequalities exist within the territories. Everyone which meet the communities in the territory mm, challenges this situation. And many stakeholders, unfortunately, diffuse this kind of information. We need to take action for the breakage of this inequality so we can have equitative and very fair agreements. Now, needs towards the future, we mentioned several. We are going to prioritize two: building capabilities for all the stakeholders in the process. We have to consider that inequalities are not only among private and communitary stakeholders, but also representatives of different civilian areas of society, universities, institutes of investigation, government agencies. All different stakeholders have differentiated capabilities, and in many cases, Intel stays in different places. So all the stakeholders in the model of the process have to acquire the knowledge which may allow for the best practices which respect our rights, but also technically robust. Now, many stakeholders in the market are within these processes, and they can have benefits due to these jurisdictional building processes. Many markets are speaking about this. In a few minutes, we will have a presentation about it. But this dialogue has to be transparent and very well informed. Our purpose, general purpose, is for the discussions to happen. What we found is that within this diagnostics, in this open information among stakeholders, public, communitary, the government, the private sector, we have to improve for red jurisdictional or the improvement of the Red Plus programs. What does this leave us, or leave for us to take away? The objectives in the second space, we prioritize certain topics which came up as crucial for this discussion, is the nesting and the aligning of the deforestation baseline. It's important to have this technical level to agree upon these certain levels. We have had certain historical events, what happened, for example, in Ghana, and we need to understand from the limitations that we have as a country how to face these challenges we have. Now, the distribution of benefits are prioritized too, but fortunately, we've had other spaces of discussions at a country level to be able to agree upon these kinds of topics. I quote the Red Plus Equitative Program and the agreements done with WWF. These discussions were carried out at a high level. The jurisdictional level is the highest within the project, and it is a great step. It allows us for us to be able to face it as environmental authorities, and the role that within the basic market level we have to implement as a government and defending the communities. In this space, we have to analyze the nesting, the baselines at the Red Plus project, and the general national accounting systems for greenhouse gases. Within the agenda, we will firstly check the basic concepts about nesting and the expiration regarding the accounting of greenhouse effect gases in the country, that to inform the progress in the compliance of the objectives of the NEC within the country. In a second space, we will speak about the aligning and the jurisdictional basis of deforestation facing the trend of applying the jurisdictional maps to the project. In the second part of the event, we will have two expert panels which will show the perspectives and the implications, potential, and challenges of the nesting within the Colombian context and the focus on techniques. The next part, the next segment, will be handled by Pedro. Pedro, everything's okay, no problem. We have him here. It's okay. Good morning to everyone. My name is Pedro. I am from Brazil. I have lived in the United States for 10 years. We're here with WeRock. We work with Red Plus for several years, both in the project level, and for 2 years I've been working with Red Plus at a jurisdictional level, helping out governments, carrying out programs with jurisdictional Red Plus projects. I want to apologize. Good morning for your, thank you for your presence here. After the party yesterday, I apologize because my Portuñol is good for conversation, but for a presentation, a technical presentation in Spanish, it's a bit difficult. I'm going to change into English better if it's okay with you guys. We have simultaneous translation devices, so please go back if you need simultaneous translation. It's okay there. Let's switch into English now.
For being here. And so this presentation, honestly, I think nesting is a big issue for Latin America. Like, I'm from Brazil. It's a really big issue for discussion with the Brazilian government as well. So especially several states in Brazil are pursuing jurisdictional RED Plus programs, and we have a very strong project level market area and sector as well in Brazil. So in essence, these discussions are key to ensure the longevity of both project level activities and then jurisdictional programs. So it's going to be an introduction, a very basic one. And I apologize if some of the content is very basic, but in situations like this, it's hard to know the level of knowledge of everyone that is participating. So, but this is just to set up the next few, the two panels and the following presentation, right? So, in essence, and I need to actually change. Okay, yes. So in essence, I'll be talking about some key fundamentals of nesting and different nesting models that we have, or models or strategies or way that you can go about nesting, followed by the importance of nesting in jurisdictional programs and within actually, national accounting systems for greenhouse gases, and then some key considerations when designing a nesting arrangement, right? And again, if we think about the context of Colombia or other countries in Latin America, it is harder or more challenging to have a jurisdictional program at a national level, but then, as we see in Brazil, this is feasible at the state level, right? So even though in some places we cannot design a jurisdictional level for the entire country, we are seeing progress at the state level as well. And the same for discussions, that are happening in Peru or in Bolivia, and hopefully, in Colombia and other places as well. So what is nesting? And then, sorry, I need to do this twice. So there's a few definitions of nesting that we have. I am not going to necessarily, we are going to share the slides afterwards with all the participants, both in English and Spanish. But I am just going to read the orange one that I think I like it a little bit more, the IIED one. But nesting is essentially the integration of community and small-scale RED Plus initiatives, so project-level RED Plus, into larger jurisdictional or national RED Plus frameworks, right? And this is supported by the appropriate legal frameworks and institutional arrangements, and including benefit sharing, and including all legislation and all the market and market regulations and all of that. So in essence, nesting is to align two different things, right? Baselines are established in different ways when you're talking about project level methodologies than jurisdictional level methodologies. And the goal of nesting is to kind of align activities at different scales and make sure that both can coexist at the same time. And I'm sure that everyone here is, oh, again, I'm forgetting to skip here. Everyone knows, I think, hopefully, what a REDD+ project is, but REDD+, is reductions of emissions from deforestation, forest degradation, and the plus is enhancement of carbon stocks. So essentially, a REDD+ project is one or more interventions on the ground in a specific location that generates carbon credits from avoided deforestation, right? You can also generate carbon credits by ARR, so afforestation, reforestation, and revegetation program, so essentially forest restoration. And you can also generate credits from improved forest management programs. But in essence, the project level activities are led by usually private sector companies, NGOs, governments, or local communities, which is different than a jurisdictional REDD+ program, right? So a jurisdictional REDD+ program, it's a REDD+ program that is implemented at a national or subnational level. So we're talking about state or departamentos, depending on the context of each country. And usually it's led by the government. It's led either by your state level or your national level government. And there are several common elements that I think I'm going to talk a little bit more later on in the presentation. But nowadays, I think jurisdictional REDD+ is something very new. And there are a couple of standards today targeted at REDD+ at jurisdictional scales. You have ART3s, and then you also have VEHA's the JNR framework. But now we do have some examples of success for jurisdictional REDD, mostly the ones that are already developed, like Guyana, Costa Rica, Ghana, and Vietnam. So all those countries have submitted their programs to the ART3's program. There are several other ones that pursue the FCPF, the World Bank route. And there's also many other ones that are under development. So we have Ecuador, you have Nepal, and as I mentioned, we have at least 3 or 4 Brazilian states that are pursuing also jurisdictional REDD+, and also a couple of Mexican states as well. So now we see that both project level and jurisdictional level activities are kind of occurring at the same geographical locations, and they're going hand in hand, right? So how you kind of manage for those two activities to coexist? And I think that's the million-dollar question at some point for us. And if we look at the REDD timeline, right? So REDD+, everything kind of emerged in the mid-2000s with all of the UNFCCC negotiations, and they kind of culminate in 2016 with the Paris Agreement, right? So the Article 6 and all of those discussions about the NDCs, the national determined contributions, and all of that. And at the same time, you started developing REDD+ at the project level. So since early 2010s, you started having these first REDD+ projects being verified. You have the creation of VEHA, and then you can see that for the last decade or so, or for the past 15 years almost, we have these two activities kind of coexisting within the carbon market. And the issue is that projects and jurisdictional performance are not necessarily very comparable sometimes, and nesting becomes a priority, especially if we're implementing REDD+ at larger scales, right? Again, the message here is that there's no right or wrong. It's just that how we make different activities kind of coexist within the same place. And that's what nesting is, right? So it's essentially the coexistence between REDD+ programs and REDD+ projects. And the key thing about nesting is the alignment between these two activities, right? And these two activities that are using different methodologies and different standards, and how we go about it. So instead, in essence, we need to integrate the greenhouse gases accounting between different programs. We need to aim to reduce leakage, to enhance social and environmental safeguards, right? To make sure that all the actors are being respected, they're being considered. And nesting kind of can favor the implementation of REDD+ activities at both levels. And also, I think when we're talking about both scales happening at the same time, you just provide more incentive for different stakeholders to engage in the carbon market as well. So not only private sector, but also public stakeholders, indigenous peoples, local communities, and you just open the opportunity for more actors to play a role in the carbon market and in forest conservation. And if we're talking about nesting, and if we look this at the point of view of implementation, and if you look at this from the point of view of government, I think there's two main lines of thought. The first one is centralized nesting. So in centralized nesting schemes, everything is being done at the national level. So carbon credits are issued and verified at a national level. You do have a national baseline that projects participate through the national program. You have an allocation of benefits, so you have a benefit sharing mechanisms, but the issuance of credits is being done by the government, right, or at the government level. And then the decentralized one, I think it encourages carbon credits to be generated at both scales, right, both at the project level and both at the jurisdictional level. And then what you have a jurisdictional baseline, and I think my colleague Kevin is going to talk a little bit about the new VEHA methodology, and I think that is kind of a good example of how you can have a jurisdictional baseline that is allocated to different projects and also to the different jurisdictions. But in essence, you have a pool of activity data, and that is allocated to projects and both the rest of the jurisdiction. And credits can be verified under different programs, right? It can be verified via Ser Carbono or VEHA, and then via ART3, for example, and they can be traded independently, but you have an alignment between projects and the jurisdiction on the end. So everything adds up to one, essentially, right? You want to make sure that your emissions reductions are adding up to one. And this can be preferred, actually, in places where the voluntary carbon market is strong or is being implemented, like Colombia or Peru or Brazil. I think these pathways can be more feasible in the short term. So as I was saying, right, if we look at RED+, we can have situations like Colombia, for example, where most of the credits are being issued at a project scale. So emissions reductions are credited at the project scale only. You have projects being incentivized. There's no result-based finance from the government, and then the government is just a regulator of activities, right? They don't manage any of the emissions reductions programs or anything. And then on the other hand, you have an example like Guyana. So Guyana is going through the third or fourth verification for carbon credits under the ART3 program. Guyana, it's a country close to us here, does not have project level RED+. It's all done at the national level. So emissions reductions and credits are all issued at the national level. So essentially the government operates the program, and then you have a benefit sharing agreement that distributes to different stakeholders. And then I was saying, if you look at nesting pathways, we can have this kind of centralized one on the left, where the crediting is done at the national level, and then the emissions reductions, so part of the credits or part of the revenue for the selling of those credits are shared with projects, for example. And then essentially projects are encouraged to receive results-based payment from the government. And then the decentralized one is different, where you have a jurisdictional baseline that is allocated for the jurisdiction and the projects separately. And I think I'll explore a little bit more about this, but so if we have different scenarios for RED+, right? So if you have only projects being credited and issuing credits, so essentially each project is going to have its own baseline, each project is going to have its performance monitored, its emissions reduction calculated, and then receive credits for it, right? So it's all independent, and each project is its own entity. Different than the jurisdictional one, where you have not necessarily national FREL, let's call this a national or jurisdictional baseline, where you have your baseline, you monitor everything for your entire jurisdiction, you see how well you're doing, that translates into emissions reductions, credits, the government is the recipient of those credits, and then via benefit sharing agreements, these benefits are shared with different stakeholders. And I think this is just a figure to show more or less the centralized and decentralized ones, right? If we're talking about centralized nesting, where everything is being done at the national level, you have a national baseline, right? And then you monitor projects, you monitor your performance at the national level. Based on those different monitorings, you have a pool of emissions reductions, right? And that pool of emissions reductions is then allocated to projects and the both jurisdictions. So the greenhouse gases performance of the projects and programs are kind of embedded all into one single accounting system, right? And the ERs, so the emissions reductions, are measured at the national level and then allocated to projects based on performance, which again is different from the decentralized one that I was talking about, where in essence you have a jurisdictional baseline, like what the new VEHA methodology is kind of pursuing, where you have a pool of potential emissions reductions, and then you have an allocation of those emissions reductions to projects and to the whole jurisdiction. Those are monitored separately, and then you can have issuance of credits independently between different programs, right? So both the jurisdictional one and both at the project level. So then the projects in this case are allocated not a portion of credits or emissions reductions, but a portion of the jurisdictional baseline. And they can pursue crediting via VEHA or Carbono if they want. What it matters is the regulations and the legislation that we have in place to regulate REDD+ activities at different scales for that specific jurisdiction, right? So kind of encourages crediting at multiple scales. And then, what is the importance of nesting and why we should even care about it in the future, right? So I think one is because we are getting to a point that we know that we need to scale up nature-based solutions, including REDD+. So we need to do this across the globe if we want to limit climate change and limit global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius. So in essence, all the effort is just because we need to scale up activities, right? So what are the advantages or disadvantages of nesting, or actually having only REDD+ projects within a jurisdiction, or having a jurisdictional REDD+ program with nested projects, right? There's both good, there's no right or wrong or good or bad, depending on your situation. There's just a complex scenario. But if you have only REDD+ projects within the jurisdiction, it's easier to implement. It's easier to implement programs at smaller scales. From the project side, you have the potential for receiving more credits, right? And this is obviously a good thing to have, right? You have established track record in different countries, in different regions where this has worked in the past. So this has been done over and over, and it can be tailored to local contexts, right? So it's adapted to local contexts. Some disadvantages, as we saw, right? Now that we are talking about integrity of carbon markets, and we had the Guardian article and all of that, project level activities received a lot of backlash because of overestimation or inflated baselines, right? And this is what the carbon market in a whole is trying to deal with, right? When there's also a high development cost. So, I believe that most of you are project developers here, but you have all of your fees, you have to pay your auditor, you have to pay for validation, verification, the issues fee, so it's not a cheap process at all for you to develop a REDD+ project. And leakage can be trickier to monitor, right? If you're protecting one area, the deforestation you're avoiding in that area can be displaced to someplace else, right? So leakage becomes an issue. What are some of the advantages of jurisdictional programs when projects are embedded into them, right? You can have increased process efficiency just because you're monitoring in the entire jurisdiction. You can have reduced MRV costs for projects as well, because essentially you're doing this at the whole national level. Leakage is accounted by default. You can have alignment of baselines that signals positively to the carbon market. You're just signaling that you're trying to align across different program standards. And you also have the reduced risk of double counting, right? We are not claiming the same ton of carbon twice, and this has negative consequences for a lot of things. But there are also disadvantages, right, of jurisdictional REDD+ programs if you're a project developer or if you are a local community that are trying to develop a project, right? There is increased complexity of the administration of the whole project within a nation. Benefit sharing distribution can be challenging, and we have seen this even with the countries that are developing their jurisdictional programs. Benefit sharing is not an easy topic to talk about. For projects, you have the potential of lower credit yield, right? So that's not very advantageous. That's not very good. Sorry, advantageous. Sorry, my English. I had a couple of, I celebrated a bit the Colombia win yesterday, so my brain is still starting today. And you also can have, risks for project developers if you change governments, right? If policies change, if governments change, what is going to happen with your project, right? So those are very important topics to consider as well. Again, there's no right or wrong, it's just trying to do the best we can. So if we look at incentives, and I'm going to talk a little bit more in the next few slides, but you have incentives for nested systems, right? There's financial incentives, there's more coherencia, more consistency across baselines, more alignment between different RED+ activities. You have more monitoring or supervision. There's more engagement of different actors as well, so it's more democratic in a sense that different actors can play a role in it, especially the marginalized ones like indigenous peoples or local communities. You are decreasing the risk of double counting, and so there is some incentives that I'm going to talk a little bit about. So what are some advantages? I was just talking the previous slide, right? So we are reducing the risk of double counting. We are reducing the risk of, we are reducing the risk of double counting, reducing the risk of inflated baselines, and we have more consistency and alignment of baselines at different scales, right? So that signals to the market that we have higher integrity. So that is one thing that can benefit all stakeholders in that sense. For project developers, you lower your costs, right? Because if the country level or state level or the government is doing all of that, you don't have to pay your registration fees, you don't have to pay for the validation verification, or even the fees to issue credits. And the MRV is being done for the whole jurisdiction. So essentially, you have higher consistency and you prevent leakage or displacement of deforestation as well. And you can provide, in some cases, greater access to different stakeholders to the voluntary carbon market, right? You can, in Guyana is a very good success story where 70% of the revenue, most of the revenue of their RED+ program is going towards indigenous peoples and local communities. And so they are playing a part in the national program. It's easy to align the nationally determined contributions, right? So align with Article 6, but then again, the appetite from the market for credits at project and jurisdictional level can vary. And I think that can go both ways. Prices can vary depending who is the buyer and what they are interested in, right? But we also have disadvantages if you're looking from the project perspective, right? You can get lower credits from a jurisdictional program. That's not necessarily a good thing, right? You have increased risk depending on the stability of your government. If it changes or not, if its priority changes, what is going to happen for the longevity of your program? So those are important things. Benefit sharing can be tricky. You have uncertainty in cases where even the jurisdiction underperforms. So there is deforestation rising in different places, but then your project is doing well. So there is no credits for the jurisdiction. What happens to your project, right? So there's a lot of uncertainty that I think creates barriers to promote these nesting discussions. And you have less freedom, in a sense, or flexibility for stakeholders because it's being done at the national scale. So and I'm almost done here, and only some key considerations, right? Why, again, we are talking about this? I think it's important just because if you want to scale RED+ to reach, larger jurisdictions, essentially larger geographies. But when you're designing a nesting program, you need to consider what are the goals or the situations of the different stakeholders. Does it make sense to even implement a jurisdictional program in that jurisdiction, like in that state or country? As I was saying, maybe for Colombia it doesn't make sense to go at national level, but it could make sense at some point to have a jurisdictional program at the state level, right? So it kind of depends on case to case. And if you're on the programs, the government side, you need to decide how centralized or decentralized is going to be your nesting project, right? Your jurisdictional program, how you're going to deal and negotiate with your different stakeholders. And another key thing is that to determine the channels that you're going to pursue, right? If you have a decentralized nesting jurisdictional program, you can pursue R3s or VEH or Cercarbon, right? You even need to determine which carbon standard you're going to pursue and how all of those decisions kind of align with your national policies and legislation. And along the process, right, these are kind of the elements that you need to align between different scale activities. So you need to align between projects or jurisdictional activities. You need to align carbon accounting, MRV, so you need to align baselines, emissions reductions, how many credits are being generated. You have to align legal issues, land rights, land tenure rights, carbon rights, who even owns the right to emissions reductions, and that's even different than who owns the land. So there's a lot of debate, and this can be a very complex debate in certain places, like in Mexico is very complex, or in Brazil and in different areas, in different countries. Safeguards, so salvaguardias, and again, this is a very complex topic, so we need to make sure that access to information is being provided for all stakeholders, that you have prevention, corruption prevention, if this is being done at the national level. You have access to justice, active participation of different stakeholders. All of these are points that need to be ensured for the success of a jurisdictional program. And I'm just going to share a couple of examples, but even within benefit sharing, right, you can have very different scenarios. So if you're a project embedded in a jurisdictional program, you can receive a fixed agreed amount. So you can have a contract with the government that is paying for your performance, and you just set up a fixed price or a fixed amount that you're getting paid. You can have another scenario where you get a portion of the revenue from the selling of the jurisdictional level credits, right? You're getting allocated a portion of that revenue, or even a scenario where projects can also receive a portion of the jurisdictional level credits, and they can sell themselves. So there is different pathways. There's no right or wrong, and it depends for each scenario and situation. So, and we have to take into account a lot of these other things. Managing risk for all stakeholders involved. What is the legal requirements, the legislations in place, and then even developing carbon registries and make sure that we are avoiding double counting, double claiming, all of these issues. So I think I am done here. And again, this was a very broad level presentation just to introduce the following panels and presentations. So I am available for any questions or any discussions you might have. We can switch to, podemos cambiar para español de nuevo, pero gracias por su atención. Este es mi correo como Pedro Piffer.
Mail pedro.piffer, winrock.org. Yes, I can share you my phone number so we can continue with the discussion. Thank you so much. I would like if somebody in the audience has any question. These are complex settings, and our country giving
¿Qué está pasando?
No, I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you. Yes, yes, I can hear you. Okay, thank you. I would like to ask you, when you talk about baseline, high baseline, when there's a lot of deforestation and not so carbon with the baseline, what do you mean with the baseline? We had recently with some articles, with some papers, with the is inflated, with the Guardians had many Red Plus programs that were using a methodology a little bit old. The old methodology had a way of estimating about baseline, the future baseline, how much and how the deforestation could be reduced. That was not what happened, truly happened, and this is an issue of the carbon market. But these methodologies, they worked like that. Es mucho más.
Granted that we have projects that were being done using methodologies that were written in the 2010s or 2012, so they're 12 years old, and these methodologies, they made sense when they were written, right? And the ways they did, they calculated baselines, they projected your future deforestation for your area based on a reference region or based on whatever method you used, that led to overinflation of the deforestation that would happen within your project area. And we saw this in several different projects across the globe, right? So this was an issue with the carbon market per se that started to be brought to light in more recent years, and then I think that culminated to more scrutiny to project level standards, right? So VEHA was one of the standards that had to deal a lot with that public scrutiny that led to them revisiting and retiring a lot of their.
No, we worked in that before. That didn't come from the article. We were working in that 5 years before because
Oh, good to know.
we understood the situation with the baselines, the monitoring, the technology. Sorry.
Oh, I never worked at VEHA, to be honest. I did do PDDs using VEHA methodology. So if you're from VEHA, please,
Yes.
you're better to talk about this.
Hi, sorry. So, Susana Vélez, de Berra. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for highlighting the difficulties of the specific processes in the nesting and also the jurisdictional programs. Just to say that the countries that you are showing with jurisdictional approaches are countries with little or no red projects individual, so it was easier and faster the development of the jurisdictional approaches. To mention that, for example, in Colombia, where only Vera has 36 certified or under certification programs, projects, and in Brazil we have 98, I think, that are active and working. It is difficult because the part of talking with the stakeholders, with the communities, the benefit sharing, the just transition to a just benefit sharing process, it's very hard. And I think that is the thing that we need to discuss. The accountability, the baseline, the numbers are easier to arrange and to agree, but the part of being just with all the stakeholders, and we are seeing this in our JNR program in Misiones in Argentina, it's very hard because many of the project proponents or the project owners, they say, why should the state manage the money that I am getting right now? I am getting the same amount of money or more money. Can you assure me that I'm going to sell the credits from a jurisdictional approach as fast as it will? And of course, jurisdictional is the future. I mean, we are aiming at that. And well, Salvador will present later our methodology. He's our technical expert. But I think it's very important for us to think that this is not a problem just of numbers and calculations. It's a problem of how do we agree with all the stakeholders? How do we make happy the state, the buyers, the communities, the private sector, because we have private projects? It is very important for us to think about that. And I think the big discussion, and you mentioned that before, the Supreme Court in Colombia saying you need to take into account the communities. Not only the projects, the programs, the process, the market in general. So I think that is the most important part of the discussion for us at the moment.
No, and I agree with you. I have talked with Julie, with Salvador from VEHA before as well, and in a sense, I am a technical person. I do the carbon accounting. I'm an ecologist, I'm a remote sensing scientist. I'm always concerned about the numbers. I have colleagues that work with safeguards, and then it's a different discussion, right? And I do agree with you. The countries that started with REDD+ programs until now, or that pursued, some of them FCPF route or Art3's route, so Ghana or Guyana or even Costa Rica, they don't have a lot of REDD+ projects. I am actively working via different via project with Brazilian governments, right? And we know that, like Colombia, in Brazil, it is impossible to do a national REDD+ program, right? It's essentially impossible. That's why we are working with the states to know, okay, granted they have public lands, granted that you want to generate revenue at the state level while acknowledging as well projects, and we have many, as you mentioned, VEHA projects and even Cercabono projects being certified in Brazil as well. How those go hand in hand, and I think this will be the discussion for the next year or two, because my personal opinion is I think the Brazilian states, the Amazonian states, would be kind of the first examples that we're going to have in how to go about nesting and how to go about that. There are other states or departamentos in Peru wanting to do this, or Bolivia, but I think, you're right. The first examples will be state ones, not national ones, right? And we see how this is going to scale up, in essence. But
Muchas gracias. ¿Tenías alguna pregunta?
Did you have any question, Lorena? Okay, just wanted to call on the attention on behalf of the audience about how this is interesting in Spanish, English, and Portuguese. It's like an added complexity. Now that let's add the indigenous culture and the number of nations, indigenous nations we have in the Colombian culture and area. This is a deep discussion. Thank you for your presentation. The question online, we have a question online. Yes, thank you. There are questions. There's a comment, first of all, on behalf of Catalina Romero, which talks about the overestimation of the non-conservative intention of credits based on robust elements and accountings. It's a comment on behalf of Catalina Romero virtually. So because of the credits and the implementation.
sorry, if I can answer in English, would be easier for me. But sorry, what is your name? My colleague from VEHA. Susanna. Yes. So as she was saying, right, it's very challenging for you to make it work if you have different crediting periods, or projects that want to start at different moments if the jurisdiction is not ready, right? You have the alignment between those two, as she was also mentioning, right? And I said during the talk, it's very challenging. And then from the project level perspective, right, you are not a hostage, but you are depending on how fast the jurisdiction will go and how fast those credits will be issued. The amount of credits that might be issued for the whole jurisdiction might be outside your control, because you're just monitoring and you're just doing the work at your own geographical region, right? So I think those are, I don't have answers, because I don't think nobody has answers at this point for those questions, because this is a very recent issue that we are dealing with. But I think as we are seeing benefit sharing agreements and different ways to do that evolve, and I think that will kind of need to be incorporated. Those kind of like those assurances for the different stakeholders that they will get their fair share will need to embed it into benefit sharing agreements, and those can take very different forms depending on each stakeholder. But honestly, as of now, I don't think we have dealt with a situation like that, right? Or we are currently starting to deal with situations like that. So unfortunately, I don't have a good answer or a solution at this point.
Susana. Okay, good morning. My name is Frankie Paniagua. I come from the art program by the TRIS Secretariat, State Secretariat. What I wanted to follow up on about the periods in the programs for nesting is that I consider that that is an advantage, actually, since everything that has happened up to now, as Susana was mentioning, that the jurisdictional step is what follows on will have happened in previous years precisely. Many programs have issued credits for past programs. What we're thinking is in the future. We have to agree upon um, the value or meaning of the words complex and difficult. We have to replace those words. We now have to think of them as opportunities to be able to generate more resources in protecting the forests, which is actually what we want. The fact that the credits are issued for defined periods of time means that we won't have the financing of other projects in the future, meaning that we can include these projects since the period of issuance already has finished. So that gives us the opportunity of new credits, new bonds, which are being reaccommodated, renewed, and in these new phases, we can adjust better with more flexibility the programs, the jurisdictional programs, and all the other kinds and shapes we might have. Thank you. With regards to the timings with the credit periods of programs and projects, there have to be transition times. We have a project which already started or have passed, and we have a way of accounting for the carbon credits. We have to give some time for projects to be nested while they go on, since we do not want to commit or compromise the flow of sources, of financial sources, to assure a continuity. That is something to be defined, and that's why it's important that programs which are already working, they're working because there were not many projects, so projects were much more simple. In jurisdictions where there are longer stages and where we are renewing the baselines, we have to give them time for them to be adapted to this new scheme of work. We have seen it with new laws in the market, with new regulations. They give you a certain time, a period of grace, so you can adapt to those timings. So we can account for these new projects better, or with the new standards. Good morning to everyone. Juan David Turriago. I'm part of the reduction project in the Orinoco Basin. That is a project for 4 departments in Colombia. It has a focus, which is RED and an Apollo and ISFL program on behalf of the World Bank. Everything regarding terms and within the framework of the design of programs, we're facing the issue on how to nest these projects which already exist within the territory. We're making an identification, and in general terms, what we want to bet on is that legally there is a figure in Colombia, the executing partner figure within the regulation, the Colombian regulation. We have to adapt this legally on how to adapt these projects for them to be nested within the program. With regard to times or terms, there is a limitation because both project developers and communities have set forth the topic that up to now, the jurisdictional programs, the few we have very short terms, very short periods, in comparison with what a longer project is. In the case of carbon, the phase would go to 2029 or 2030 in comparison with projects which are 10 or more years. That is a risk for them. And there is also a limitation with regards to the Colombian jurisdiction when a project is nested to a program, and Resolution 1447 says that it has to disappear in that case. It disappears in terms of the registry, which is starting to work now to be implemented. And that is a limitation that we have to face to be able to overcome the challenges in the nesting, along with the projects we already have. In comparison with the donors like World Bank and Artwist, which are generating these new jurisdictional methods. I'm talking about the ones more associated with country scenarios. They do not have that perspective of changing in a long term, but into shorter terms due to the difficulty of executing a reduction of emissions program, which is much shorter. Good morning, Ivan Valencia from Global Growth Institute. I wanted to ask, we all agree upon dividing the benefits, but what about losses? How can you distribute losses when there are debits or just leakages or collections of costs? How do you appoint them within the stakeholders of in the?
So if you are talking about, and I think, I'll be honest with you, I think Franklin works, it's a good, that there are better people than I am to talk about benefit sharing or all of those, because again, I am a technical person that I do the carbon. They look me in to give the presentation, now I'm screwed, but you do have a good point, right? So say, and I think at least if we look at like the Art Trees program, right? I worked at Art Trees for a year. It's very open-ended in a way that you can create your benefit sharing agreements, right? So as I said, the different scenarios. So if you have, say everything is going well, say your jurisdictional program is generating credits, and you have your contracts with your indigenous peoples, you have the project developers, you have agreements with all of them. If everything goes well, everyone gets a fair share of the pie, right? What if this doesn't go well? What if you have a jurisdictional program? We saw, for example, with the pandemic, right? So with the pandemic, deforestation rates increased in different countries just because a lot of people that were working in industry or service jobs returned to farms and ended up cutting trees and clearing their farms, right? So you had a spike in deforestation. The similar with changes in government, like in Brazil with Bolsonaro, you had spikes of deforestation. If you're a REDD+ project in this situation and you're performing well, but then the whole jurisdiction doesn't perform, what happens to you? That's a good question, and I think there is no answer as of now. It will depend on the way, and as we were talking here, is going to depend during this transitional period how you build your own contracts, how you build the negotiations with the different stakeholders, and what are the safeguards, what are the clauses that will protect different stakeholders in cases that the jurisdiction does not perform. So say, in a hypothetical scenario where you have a REDD+ project, we saw reversals in different countries or jurisdictions in Latin America from 2019 to now. I have some examples on top of my mind that is not for me to share here, but in those cases, you could have clauses that if your project is performing, the government will be required to pay that project a fixed amount of money, right? So you have to have those safety clauses in any benefit sharing agreement, not only with project developers, but also with indigenous peoples that are protecting their territories or other stakeholders. But in essence, as of now, again, we haven't seen a concrete example of that, just because the countries or jurisdictions that started jurisdictional programs don't have a lot of projects. But I think within the next year or two, we are going to find ourselves in situations like you're saying, mostly, and that comes to mind in a few states in Mexico or Brazil or some departamentos in Peru. But in essence, if your jurisdiction doesn't, perform and you have reversals and they have to replenish any buffer pools, right? They have to pay for those reversals. who will get the money that they were promised, right? I think that is a question, a challenge to be solved moving forward. But again, as of now, there's no benefit sharing agreement that I know of that has discussed those clauses between governments and projects. I think there are clauses when you're talking about payments for performance at the project level or at the jurisdictional level with a buyer, but not between these two stakeholders. So again, we are very early on that I don't think we have a concrete example to give you a solution, right?
Muchas gracias, Pedro.
O esa pregunta más bien. Pedro, muchas gracias. There's a lot of knowledgeable people when we speak about the profiles of all the panel members. You will see how much knowledge we have. If a meteorite fell on this hotel, maybe we could go back in time 5 years in the development because we have a lot of knowledge here altogether. Maybe at the level of jurisdictions and projects in a council like Cocomancia, which is a big project with communities of different conditions, there might be different examples where there might be projects about jurisdictional definitions. Okay, yes, welcome. Good morning to everyone. My name is Wellington Murillo. I am in the mid-basin of the Atrato River between the departments of Chocó and Antioquia. This has been very interesting, these presentations and the inputs on behalf of the queries by each one. And speaking about these jurisdictional programs in Colombia, where there is a regulation which has made progress in the territorial rights of ethnic communities, still it's a challenge. If you see the map of Colombia, you can see that the areas with opportunities of impact projects for RED Plus are in the Pacific and in the Amazon basin. But if you go around the 85 RED projects in the hands of the communities and their partners, that takes us to think that we have a challenge, quite a challenge, since when we speak about jurisdictional projects, that implies a wide participation with, a feeling, an interest on behalf of communities in participating in these programs, but these are the most marginal and underprivileged communities. They haven't been represented by the state, so there is a divorce. It's not the issue of ethnic communities, but that we have unsatisfied needs forever, and that's why they do not trust neither local governments nor national governments. We have bigger challenges in that sense to speak about these topics. And if we add up to this exercise that if you make a calculation adding up all the areas, we could wonder if actually what areas really have a project that could add up and not have a project in a jurisdictional RED Plus program. And that gives me a query, a question. Which is the smallest area these jurisdictional projects should have, taking into account that, as I told you, there is a big portion of Colombia already involved in other projects in a private community level, maybe. So just to analyze that and be able to analyze in solving these challenges, both at a national as well as at a department or sub-region level. Thank you.
Well, with respect to the question, I don't know if to my colleagues here, this detailing of minimum areas or small areas, are we going to have time to talk about this during the coffee break? For the JNR, of a BERRA project, the minimum areas are a second degree of the second level, the second tier of a government. So we have the national government, which is difficult in a country, in a diverse country such as Colombia, to have an approach, a jurisdictional approach, and then we have the departments or the autonomous corporates, which would be the corporations. When you mentioned the issue of the executor partner, we have the subtraction or the programs of the jurisdictional schemes that can be requested, that can by the projects that don't want to be part. Here we have it written in the regulation. This is a figure that, well, respecting the autonomies of the communities and private sector, this could be a private, can get out from the jurisdictional program. This has to be taken away from the account program. Could be difficult to talk about 3,000 acres or whatever, because the idea of these programs is to be in an international level. So we have countries with different features. In Colombia, we have an extensive country, but if we compare it with Brazil, we are a small part. So we have these two levels of how we can develop the program, I'm sorry. To give you an answer of art tree, of the standard trees, yes, there's a minimum of coverage, of forest coverage, 2.5 million hectares of the subnational application. If it's a national level, there's no limit. Now, the who can participate? The government, the national government, with an area, with its total area as a country that does not have a limit. They don't need the 2.5 million acres that small countries could not participate if we had a limit. But yes, it's going to do a subnational area as a department, as an autonomy. Then here we require the 2.5. There's an alternative that it's been explored in Peru with an aggressive way. I think this is really interesting for the organizations and Afro people that is being held in Peru, which is together with the country, so the country can submit a subnational area exclusively for the indigenous people. So in the case of Peru, it's indigenous, but here in Colombia, it could be Afro and indigenous as well. So this is allowed under the standard, under that same condition, that it can be 2.5 million hectares. So we can talk about this later on. Excellent. Well, I think we are being able to have this objective of a discussion. We're being able to share this knowledge all together. So now we have a coffee break. Please, for all of you who are connected online, please complete your assistance list. We have 15 minutes of coffee break, so we will be back at 10:20. So thank you so much. And those who are here, please go ahead and have your coffee break. And those of you who are connected online, you can go and take your coffee break. thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed. We're really good and enrichful. This makes part of the team of WCS globally and global. Well, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for being here in this process. And if you have any doubt or query, we can keep it to the end so Kevin can answer it. Okay, go ahead, Kevin.
Great. Good morning. Before we go on, let me. Sorry. Before I start. Okay. Good. Hi. Thank you. My name is Kevin Brown with the Wildlife Conservation Society. Thank you for having me here today. I apologize, I do not speak Spanish, so thank you for your generosity in allowing me to speak English today. We have some very excellent translators, so I hope that everything will be clear, but if anything is unclear, please interrupt me and I'll go back and try to clarify. My role at WCS is to support our country programs around the world and the government partners that we work with to help access climate finance, so mostly REDD+. So I've worked across many different countries, and I come from a technical forest monitoring background, so what I bring to this discussion is a broad range of experience of how these different approaches for estimating GHGs from the forestry sector are applied in different contexts. What are the pros and cons, what works, what doesn't. So today I'll be talking a little bit about my experience with working with Vera, who we have representatives here today, on developing their new consolidated REDD+ methodology, VM48, and how that methodology is helping to solve some of these technical issues around nesting of greenhouse gases. So today I'll first talk quickly about, again, why should developers and standards care about greenhouse gas nesting? Then I'll go into a little bit of technical detail of the VM48 methodology itself. And then finally, I'll give a few words about what are the considerations for these type of project approaches when we're also considering where countries want to go with jurisdictional programs. I realize this slide may make more sense in English, but in English the word we use is nesting, and it's a constant source of confusion. It has nothing to do with bird nests. It's all about how do you place in a hierarchy a smaller scale process inside of a larger scale process. So it's making sure that everything is fitting neatly together and it adds up to something at the top. So when we talk about nesting, it's the one on the right, not bird nests. My colleague from Winrock, Pedro, he talked about a lot of the different dimensions of nesting, and I won't go into all of those. The focus of this session is really just on the greenhouse gas accounting side of it. So I don't want to minimize the importance of these other elements. It's just not the topic for this particular session. What is important, what I think differentiates the greenhouse gas component of nesting from the other parts is that the other parts really rely on government action and government, having the will and the energy to pursue putting these different components together. And that's not always present in every jurisdiction, or it's moving on different timelines than project developers need. But the greenhouse gas accounting is something that it's very technical, and it's something that can be done by other actors as well. And I think it's important to point out that the way that the market, the voluntary carbon market sentiment is moving, there is an expectation about that we should have greenhouse gas nesting, even in places that we don't have jurisdictional programs. So it's not just about jurisdictional programs. If we have a jurisdictional program, we definitely need it. There's rules for that in JNR and in art trees. But even if we don't have a program, we still need to be demonstrating that emissions between projects and jurisdictions are nesting. So some of the innovations at Vera are allowing, are creating an avenue for countries to move ahead on doing some of this nesting if they aren't quite ready with some of these other pillars yet. Sorry, here we go. What are some of the main reasons that nesting is important for GHGs? The big one is about the concern of double counting or double crediting. People call it different things. The idea is that if you have some type of national greenhouse gas account, that doesn't have to be a RED program, it could be your NDC, it could be your National Greenhouse Gas Inventory. The amount of emission reductions that you're calculating at that level that's what happened in the country, right? So let's imagine that it was 4 million tons of carbon dioxide was removed. And then also you have in this country a project that is off doing its own work and is generating voluntary emission reduction credits and selling them. And if it sells 1 million tons of those units, that the total amount still for the jurisdiction still needs to add up to 4 million. It's not 5 million. So it's a pretty basic concept, but this is the origin of a lot of the concerns around double counting. And this is a little bit extreme, what I'm showing here, but I mean, logically, in any jurisdiction, the project baselines should never be able to add up to more than the jurisdictional baseline. Unless those projects are like massive and are covering most of the forest of that country, they probably shouldn't even add up to anything close to the jurisdictional baseline. So this is a criticism that you heard oftentimes in past years about certain jurisdictions where if you looked at the project baselines and you looked at the jurisdictional baselines, they just weren't quite proportional to each other. So it raised a lot of suspicion. So for project developers and project proponents and for standards that maybe are in a jurisdiction that doesn't have a RED program that's anywhere close to being developed. They're still in this project context. You know, why should they care about nesting? You know, if they can find a buyer for these credits, then great. Why can't they just go sell them? Because buyers have become much more sensitive to this issue of demonstration of nesting. And you have certain groups like the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market, ICVCM, Voluntary Carbon Markets Initiative, Voluntary Carbon Markets Integrity Initiative, VCMI. These are like business groups that have set up to create voluntary guidelines, and they're giving approvals to different standards and methodologies that meet their quality standards. And in those quality standards, there are requirements around avoidance of double counting. So, you know, all the big buyers that, you know, of global companies you will have heard of are paying attention to these guidelines, the core carbon principles. You also have compliance schemes like Corsia, which is for certain countries' aviation sectors are making emission reductions, setting emission reduction targets. And Corsia is going through and identifying which standards, which methodologies that they will allow into their system as well. And again, they're also looking at this issue of double counting. And then finally, I'm not someone who follows the Article 6 negotiations extremely closely, but this question of ITMOs, how countries will trade emission reductions between each other, do voluntary carbon offsets require a corresponding adjustment to NDCs? These are really tricky ongoing negotiations now at the UNFCCC, but however it plays out, there's going to be an important, it's likely that there's going to be a need for, countries are going to expect that if they're trading emissions between countries, that there's somehow accounting in some way for credits that have already been sold in the voluntary carbon market. So point is, even if there's no jurisdictional program coming, you as a project developer or as a standard, to protect the future of your project so you can keep selling those credits, you're going to want to support these types of approaches that better demonstrate nested GHGs. I've got two things here. And just to reiterate what Pedro said earlier, the final pressure is really coming from the media and from the academic community, and there are certain companies that are being set up now to present themselves as providing an external assessment of the quality of projects. And whether or not we like it as a sector, this has really convinced a lot of buyers that they need to be extra cautious about issues of inflated baselines. It's not something that can be ignored. Now I'll turn for a minute to, you know, how did we kind of get here as a sector? And I'm sorry, I should clarify. I'm specifically speaking about avoided deforestation project types here. There are many other project types. This is avoided deforestation. So a lot of the criticism around individual projects, baselines, can probably be traced to a few different design decisions that happened in this original set of methodologies, which I want to be clear, were not bad design decisions at the time. They made sense at the time with the technology, with what we knew about the field. Some of the issues were the selection of the reference region. Several methodologies, you were as a project developer, you were required to identify a location outside of your project that served as a proxy for your project. And there were rules for how to do that. But you could apply those same sets of rules and get different results that had quite a big influence on what your projected deforestation rate was. Again, it was a very good concept. It made sense with the data we had at the time, but it was quite sensitive to subjective decisions that you could make as a project developer. The second big issue was that different methodologies had different treatments for the use of trends. So all avoided deforestation methodologies in some way refer to historical data. You would always look at historical deforestation data, but then how you projected that out into the future, there were different ways of doing it. Some allowed these sort of like exponential or logistic curves. Some allowed these linear trends. Some only allowed a historical average. So this was especially an issue for locations that had a very low rate of deforestation in the past, but that were starting to increase. So a different choice in what trend you picked could have a really big influence on the future projection. And then finally, I guess one thing is none of these methodologies had any explicit rules on how to relate to national emissions accounts, because at the time, that national GHG accounting, it wasn't a very mature practice yet. It was still quite coarse, and the idea of like getting that data and doing some type of coordination, it just wasn't practically feasible. And the last thing was just projects being on different timelines than national greenhouse gas accounting cycles. It just made it really hard to line up any 2 years to understand what the relative contribution was of the project or at the national level. So again, these were a lot of design decisions that were made at a time when you still had to, if you wanted to get satellite imagery, you had to like send an email to the USGS and pay them, and then they would mail you a CD with images on it. So the idea that you could do this like national level accounting, it just wasn't realistic at the time. So I will. I'm about to transition to the case study where I'll talk about VM48, and I want to mention that I was a co-author on that. I don't work for Vera, but I did collaborate with some Vera experts and some experts from other organizations on drafting it. So we have representatives from Vera here and on the following panel, and there's a lot of decisions Vera has made and strategy they've put in place around how they are operationalizing this methodology, how they're planning to work with stakeholders, how they're planning to work with governments. I won't speak to those things. It's not my role, but I can speak at least to like the technical design decisions of the accounting of these methodologies. And I will just say, Vera, they got a lot of criticism in the last couple of years, but in my experience, they are totally champions for nature. And a lot of the challenge of designing a methodology is you're trying to balance something that can actually work on the ground, is cost effective, and that delivers atmospheric integrity. And those things don't always align. You have to make sacrifices somewhere. And you need to be designing rules that don't just work today, but that they work for the next 10 or 15 years as technologies evolve. So it's like a situation where you can never please everybody, but I think that they've done a really good job at kind of striking that balance with this new methodology. Okay. So in case anybody is not familiar, Vera released a new methodology called VM48, and it's an umbrella methodology, and it contains a set of modules within it. So the actual deforestation module goes by a different number, but for the sake of simplicity, we'll just call it VM48. And it was designed. It was released at the end of 2023 with the intention that it would replace all existing Vera avoided unplanned deforestation methodologies. And it importantly incorporates this allocation approach, okay, which is a big departure from the past methodologies. And I'll walk through some of the main steps of how that methodology works. But one of the, what I think is one of the most biggest advantages of this is it really creates a bridge, a technical bridge for countries that may still be thinking about pursuing a jurisdictional program, but they're not ready to put those other pieces in place. And they want to start getting mitigation action going on the ground. So this allows them a way to get those projects financed, get them producing revenue, get them putting some revenue into the National RED program now while they sort out those other pieces. So if Salvador Sanchez Colon is listening, I apologize if I'm stealing any of his thunder. This is massively simplified. These are the main components of how VM48 are implemented. You have a certain set of data that are produced by Vera that results in an allocation of a deforestation rate to a project. And then once the project has that, they go and calculate a baseline with their own emission factors. So the main steps are Vera calculates a jurisdictional deforestation rate. That's similar to how a FREL is calculated. You look at historical data from the jurisdiction, calculate a deforestation rate. Then a map of deforestation risk is produced. And that map is then combined with the activity data with that deforestation rate. So that deforestation rate is then brought down to every location on that map. Areas with higher risk receive a higher proportion of that deforestation rate. And then a project is then told how many hectares of deforestation is being assigned for its baseline. And then with that, the project uses its own emission factors. Like many of you are familiar with how emission factors are produced for projects, doing field inventories, are then applied to make their baseline. And I should clarify, I am saying that Vera does these things, but it's not Vera staff. I mean, there may be some Vera staff that are involved in this, but what it means is that Vera is taking responsibility for the production of these data sets. But they actually plan to work with a large number of different organizations, independent organizations, to produce them that specialize in these types of techniques. And there is a large emphasis on finding ways to work with governments, work with existing RED programs where they want to participate in this process. So there is a lot of effort in bringing the countries into producing these data sets. Just go one layer deeper into this. Again, this is still quite simplified. But that first step,
Can we replace it?
Is the microphone not working?
Yeah, I think that.
Is this okay? Should I take this off? Oh, okay. All right. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. Do I need to go back at all, or just continue? Okay. Thank you. So please permit me to go one level deeper into how this methodology is implemented. There's a lot that I'm skipping over. Getting into how is uncertainty calculated, and what are the different data requirements. I'm happy to talk about those, during the break. But just at a more high level. The way this works is that Vera will go and contract with a data provider who will do an assessment of deforestation rate within a jurisdiction. A jurisdiction typically will be an entire country, but it may be a subnational administrative unit in some cases. A deforestation rate is calculated over the past 10 years. And the historical average is taken of that. There's no trends. There's no upward or downward trend. It's just a historical average. And that number is taken to be the projection of what the future deforestation will be for the next 6 years. So in this fake example, these are not real numbers. In this case, if they calculated 500,000 hectares of deforestation in the past per year, they would assume that that number will continue for the next 6 years. Okay. It's for those of you who have been involved in creation of FREL. It's often a similar process to how a FREL is created. These types of deforestation assessments are done. But what was an important innovation, not an innovation, but an improvement over past techniques in VM48 is that this bias correction step was incorporated into it. You saw in the past, not so much anymore, but in the past, when many countries did these accounting of deforestation rates, they did what was called a pixel count. So they would make a map of all of the places where deforestation happened using remote sensing, and then just add up those areas, add up those pixels. Well, what we learned was that often introduced a lot of bias into the data, and deforestation is the mapping of deforestation is quite sensitive in remote sensing, so it was creating some large discrepancies. So what VM48 does is it applies these techniques you may be familiar with from the Olafsen 2014 approach, where maps are still used to map deforestation, but then a second step happens where accuracy assessment is done, and the accuracy of different land cover change transitions on that map are used to recalibrate and recalculate the total deforestation rate. So that number, that bias corrected, recalibrated number, that's what's taken as the activity data for that jurisdiction. Again, Vera is responsible for this. We get a lot of questions about how does this relate to the FREL? The FREL already has these types of projections. And I'll talk a little bit about that more later, but I think that it is, it's jurisdiction by jurisdiction. If there is existing data that meets the standards of the methodology, it's within the right time period, it uses the correct definitions, then there's an opportunity for it to be incorporated. But that's not the case in all countries. In some countries, the FRELs are quite out of date, or they've been using obsolete techniques. So it's a little bit of a case-by-case basis. So the previous step, it results in just this number, this hypothetical number that I've shown here, this 500,000 hectares per year. Okay, but we need to know what proportion of that goes to my project. What my project's baseline is what proportion of that number. So the way that we link that project with that total jurisdictional number is through this risk map creation process. I think everyone is generally familiar with what a deforestation risk map is. Areas that have higher risk, we think, are more likely to be deforested than areas that are lower risk. And people have been making deforestation risk maps, I think, since GIS first existed. People have been doing this for a long time. There are many different techniques and opinions about how to do this. The way that in VM48 they settled on doing this is they produced a separate tool called VT007, and it has some rules for the creation of what you would call like a default, I believe it's referred to as the benchmark map, but it's like a default, very simplified risk map. It only looks at distance from forest edge. But then there are some allowances within that to explore different risk models. Well, what if we looked at distance from roads? What if we looked at agricultural soil types? What if we looked at population centers? Things that might be more relevant to that jurisdiction. Vera will test, when I say Vera, again, Vera's partners will test those different risk maps and then pick the one that is shown to be most predictive, most accurate over that calibration period. So just again, in this hypothetical example, you have 500,000 hectares in the jurisdiction. Based on the risk map, we calculate that 20,000 of those hectares of deforestation are projected to happen within the boundaries of this RED project. And that 20,000 is then allocated to that project for that 6-year period. The remaining 480,000 hectares, if there's no other projects anywhere else in that jurisdiction, nothing happens to them. They only exist as a part of the analysis, but they're not allocated to any particular project. Okay, I think I mentioned this is VT007, so if you haven't looked at this, this is on the Vera website. You can read about their procedures for creating the risk maps. You can go and try these approaches in your own institutions if you want to test them. It's all public. One thing that is important to note is that there are opportunities for other stakeholders to provide inputs into this process. Again, Vera is taking responsibility for the ultimate product, but there is, or at least my understanding is, correct me if I'm wrong, that there will be an option for stakeholders that are familiar with these jurisdictions to submit suggested data sets, or hey, we have a really good road map that you might not have access to. Here, let me share that with you. Can you try to incorporate that into your model? Or hey, we've done this before using this approach. Can you test that approach? There are some opportunities to influence that process. But again, Vera is going to be the final arbiter of the risk map. The last step in project baseline setting under VM48 is the responsibility of the project proponent. So the project proponent will be allocated. They will be told by Vera. They'll be given an allocation report of here's your deforestation rate over the next 6 years. The project will then combine, they'll basically multiply that number by the locally calculated emission factors for that project. So this is a little different than a FREL that would have national emission factors or emission factors for whole ecoregions. So to ensure that the carbon stocks are most accurate for that specific project area, this does require that stocks are evaluated just within that project area and emission factors produced and then applied. So again, massively simplifying this. There's some other aspects of the baseline that go into this, but the simplified version is if you have the 20,000 hectares allocated and a 500-ton CO2 emission factor for deforestation, that project would then have a 10 million ton per year baseline. And in VM48, Vera made the decision to utilize kind of traditional forest inventory approaches to generate those emission factors. And I think that there's a really interesting open discussion happening now in this sector about whether we are ready to move to completely remote sensing, automated based biomass estimation. So I think you've probably seen some of these products now, annual maps of forest biomass being produced. And 5 years ago, I would have said, forget about it, that's never happening, like we always need to measure on the ground. Now, I don't know. I think there's always going to be a need for some type of field measurement. But, at this moment in time, the decision was made to stay with the traditional approaches. I think we have a better understanding of the uncertainties and the sources of error for these approaches. But I don't know, there may be a future where more of these automated remote sensing-based approaches start to become incorporated into revised versions of these methodologies. That's just speculation. I do want to mention that I've talked quite a bit about Vera and VM48. That's because they have so far been the one who has invested the most. They started working on this allocation approach earliest, so they're the group that has a complete product now that we can talk about and we can propose to a project developer. But there are other standards and other methodologies that are starting to move in this direction as well. One that I'm familiar with is called Equitable Earth. Again, they are creating a carbon methodology for avoided unplanned deforestation. They're going to use an allocated baseline approach. One difference between VM48 and Equitable Earth is Equitable Earth they're moving much more in the direction of automated biomass monitoring and taking more of the responsibility of carbon stock estimation away from project developers and to the standard. Not because we don't trust project developers, but because I think they see that as a way to help accelerate timelines and to help take some of the burden off project developers. So just a different set of decisions, design decisions, but the core of this, again, is this allocation approach, being able to demonstrate that these project baselines add up to something that makes sense at the jurisdictional level. So I'm coming near the end of my presentation. I'm just a few parting thoughts. Just questions that get raised a lot, and this got raised a lot in the VM48 development process is like, hey, countries already have FRELs. The GCF and UN Red have been training us all how to make these things for 15 years. Like, why can't we just use them? This is because these project methodologies are targeting the voluntary carbon market. These are companies like Microsoft, or I don't know them specifically, but companies that just they want to purchase credits, and they want to know that credits they buy from one project are of a similar quality of credits they buy from another project of that same standard, even if it's in a different country. And FRELs in some countries, again, are very good, very technically advanced. They're updated frequently. In other countries, they haven't been updated in 8 years, and so there's a big difference in quality. So what this allows is a level of standardization. Let's see. But, there's a lot of different ways. These types of project methodologies, there's a lot of different scenarios for how that they could help integrate with or support jurisdictional programs. It's not like a competitive thing where you can only have one or the other. For countries that aren't really as advanced in developing a jurisdictional program. But they do have some good they do have a good national forest monitoring system. They have a good MRV office. They really want to be involved in the production of these data. Like in the very immediate, any type of data that is produced for those other national monitoring approaches can be evaluated, and if it meets the standards of the methodology, be brought into the calculation of the activity data, potentially aspects of the risk map. And countries that maybe developed their MRV approaches a long time ago and are looking to kind of update them and get them to be a little bit more in line with current best practices. This is a way that they could allow Vera to help work with them to produce some of these data sets now, potentially as a way that they could continue to take on this activity themselves going forward as part of a jurisdictional program if they so choose to. So, I guess I'd say finally, a lot of the obstacle to setting up a jurisdictional program is it's a chicken and an egg problem, as we say in English. I don't know if you have that in Spanish, but going back to one of the earlier slides, all those other components, the safeguards, the benefit sharing mechanisms, the policies, that costs like a ton of money and government effort to set up, and they're not going to go through all that hassle if they don't believe that they're ever going to recuperate any of that investment, or if they don't even have any money now to start doing it. So certain countries can choose to allow projects to start on using these allocated approaches now, start generating some revenue as a way to start helping to finance the development of those other pieces of the jurisdictional program. So again, it's not like a competitive thing. There's a lot of ways that governments can utilize these project-based allocation approaches to help further their jurisdictional plans if they so choose to. I will stop there. That is the end of my presentation. And I will turn it over to the group if there's any questions.
Muchas gracias, Kevin. Compañeros, pues muchísimas gracias por
Colleagues, thank you for the effort. There was a big simplification of a very complex process. I don't know if the audience has a concrete doubt about this, a comment. I think we have 5 minutes for a couple of questions, or maybe take into account the questions we have in the chat. Any question, comment, conclusion? Good morning to everyone. My name is Wilbert Arango. I'm a professional, a forestry professional of El Capital. Please tell him to put the microphone closer to his mouth. We can't hear him well. Thank you, Kevin, for the presentation. Subámosle el volumen o pongámonos el micrófono más cerca de la boca, por favor. Okay, excuse me for the interruption. Thank you, Kevin, for the presentation. It was very interesting to understand what the methodology is in the VM48 in a very synthetic way, in such a synthetic way. My question is about the inclusion of degradation within the jurisdiction baselines. How do you see, from your standpoint, the improvement, the updating? When could we have that kind of technical methodology approved, since in many territories degradation is even a bigger problem than deforestation, certain areas?
Thank you for that question. For those of us who have been in this space for a long time, degradation has always been, it's always been a challenge. And it's something that there's lots of different kinds. You know, we talk about degradation as being one activity, but on the ground it's actually a lot of different types of activities. And the way that you monitor them, that they express themselves on the landscape, the drivers of them are quite diverse. In a jurisdictional allocated approach like this, I will say that the discussion of inclusion of degradation as a module within VM48, that's an ongoing discussion. The representative from Vera can speak more to like what the actual plans of that are. But the reason we wanted, as part of the team that authored this, we wanted to include it from the beginning 3 years ago. But what we found was that the way that you would calculate, you would first have to calculate a jurisdictional level of degradation and then figure out a way to allocate that to a project that was done separately from deforestation in a way that you weren't like double counting between deforestation and degradation. And we didn't feel at the time that it was technically feasible. What I would say is that I think a lot of the advances in remote sensing that are happening right now related to the automated measurement of biomass are really going to help out with this regard, not just in identifying the change in carbon stocks, but also starting to get information about like what the actual drivers of them are, because degradation that happens because of some type of like logging activity, okay, is very different from degradation that's happening because of cattle grazing that are, you know, or some type of smallholder utilization of the resources in their vicinity. So if you have a degradation, if you've monitored degradation and you've taken that into a jurisdictional account to then reallocate it back to the project, well, if most of that degradation was from logging, but your project site, like logging isn't a threat at all, that's like an inappropriate, you shouldn't be allocating, that activity data is not relevant for your area. So I think being able to separate out the different types of degradation at a jurisdictional level and then creating different risk maps that address those different types individually, I think that's something that we've talked quite a bit about, but it's just another technical hurdle, and it's going to be a lot of work to test, but you know, it's something that is of great interest.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other question?
I
Gracias.
just had a question about the baseline, and you talked a little bit about the historical average. How is that actually calculated if the data doesn't exist for the 10-year period? And I know maybe from some degree there's satellite imagery or things that is collected, but I also do know a lot of places in the world they don't have that data, especially 10 years ago. So what happens then? And I know you talked a bit about the bias factor as well, so.
Okay, I can't, I've lost my slides, but, so I'll just, that's a great question. So going, okay. I mentioned about all the trade-offs you have to make in developing any methodology, and always being cognizant of data availability that's important at every step. We're now at a time, 2024, where going back to 2014, there's actually pretty good coverage of medium resolution satellite imagery for like most of the world. Not every point on the Earth every month. Some places are more cloudy and you don't get as good imagery every year. But within plus or minus 1 year window, you pretty much have 100% coverage of the tropics over the past 10 years annually. And the way that the actual calculation happens is this figure on the right is a little bit deceiving because in the methodology, you don't actually calculate year by year by year by year. You calculate really in just one single time step. You look at 10 years ago, a bunch of locations, and then what proportion of those locations 10 years later underwent deforestation. And what that allows you to do is you can, if you don't have an image on that exact date 10 years before, you can go plus or minus 6, 12 months until you find something, and then there's that difference in time period is used to then calibrate the results a little bit, so it's not biasing the results. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. When you calculate the deforestation baseline, have you found situations in which an incentive, a perverse incentive has been created to make a deforestation and to create that baseline and having more revenues for the credits or the project activities of RED?
So I think the question was, have I seen a situation where a methodology, by potentially producing too many credits, that is a perverse incentive? I come from the Wildlife Conservation Society, so for me, like every dollar that goes to protected areas and forest conservation is a good thing. So the fact that more money could be going to a conservation project is not a bad thing. A lot of the criticisms actually about perversion, it's really coming from people that are concerned about the companies that are making the claims about reducing their emissions. So if some company says, we are now greenhouse gas carbon neutral because we bought all of these credits from this project in some country, okay? Well, if you don't believe that those carbon offset credits are real, again, I'm not saying they're real or not real, but if you don't believe they're real, then you would say, well, now you've just allowed that company to go and emit more than they should have, and they didn't do anything to stop it. So that's where most of the criticism is coming from. It's from people concerned about the emitters. And it's just the way that it has played out in the media is that a lot of the negativity got put onto the projects as if they were some kind of partner in crime in this, which I very much reject that narrative. But it's that's I think where the critique of the perversion comes in.
Whenever you talk about inflated baseline is because they have, well, the projects decide what reference areas they are going to choose. Well, the projects always choose the reference areas with greater deforestation in order to show better results. In terms of reference, you need to understand where the deforestation comes from, where the threat of deforestation comes from in order to calculate and how much emissions you're going to reduce, but you need to calculate what activities you're going to implement. So if you are seeing that the agriculture frontier comes or the illicit crops or illegal mining, well, that's going to be the reference issue that what would happen in the future if you don't establish the project. So the criticism is towards what reference areas are not chosen in front of a square or a circle with a project, but where more deforestation is being held. So this new methodology does not take reference areas specific for a project, but takes an approximate area in order to avoid and prevent to have those areas where deforestation is being held, but you're going to take a complete area with deforestation areas and areas even that don't include deforestation. So the approximations, the approaches reduce the number of credits or bonus that can be generated in a project, but they give trust to the buyers or who are investing on the project. There's not an overestimation of the results of that project.
Thank you. I agree with that.
One little thing, the communities, when you explain to them all this logic behind the risk of deforestation, and some communities understand that if you chop your trees, in a couple of years, you're gonna be receiving a lot of money. Because, okay, that increases the risk, and that's gonna be a price for them in the future. That's one of the perceptions that some communities have, and I know that Cesar has faced a lot of those commentaries, and probably a lot of you also. So that's kind of some of the ideas, and maybe that's the kind of incentive that Lorena is understanding.
Yeah, that's a good question. In every system, there's always a way that somebody could try and, game it. And I'm sure that as this VM48 starts to become implemented more, weaknesses will be identified and will be addressed. But the particular risk that Lucas mentioned of somebody who would intentionally deforest around their project to get more baseline later, the timing of that doesn't quite work out well, because they would have to wait 10 years to get the benefit of that, and it would have to be outside of where the leakage belt is, because leakage has to be monitored. So it would have to be a very special set of circumstances for somebody to really gain from trying something like that. But hey, I mean, somebody always tries to, find holes in everything. But I think it's pretty, as it is, it's pretty resistant to that type of gaming.
Perdón, última pregunta, para que podamos tener tiempo para los paneles. Okay. I don't know if I have a specific question, but I would like to thank for your presentation. I think as a conclusion, and it is relevant for us to consider, are the methodologies, well, at least the ones I know, ARTRIS, the methodological framework of the World Bank, and the Vera standard. Obviously, with some differences, practically we are managing that same methodology in the jurisdictional baseline, in the historical data of deforestation. These are the same 10 years proposed by Vera. I think ARTRIS has a little difference, a small difference in years, but basically we are with a synergy that can be the adequate way to avoid and prevent, let's quote, overestimation of baselines, which is one of the noises that we are hearing that Susana already explained, because why this happens. The question I have, I don't know if Kevin can answer, but well, having the advantage of having Lorena here, and this frameworks, these standards are proposing that same methodology. Have you thought about as rules or ways if a validation process, jurisdictional process, due to the Vera methodology that can be operational, like as ISCFL or ARTRIS? Because if it's the same procedure, there will be some technical details in front of the risk maps that we should need to see. Maybe we could basically I would not say to jump from one side or the other, but yes, if we can build a standard methodology, maybe the other one can come and support that same process and continue certifying those carbon credits. I don't know if you've already having these discussions globally amongst the ones that are proposing that same methodology.
That's a question for me to answer. It'd probably be better for Vera, and maybe one we can bring to Salvador Sanchez Colon in the next session. But I would say, though, just on a technical level, by moving projects to these allocated approaches, it makes doing what you're talking about, bringing these other jurisdictional standards together with projects, it makes it much easier on a technical level. Okay? Whether or not you should do that or the country wants to do that, it's a totally different question. But this does start to allow that to be an option.
Pues la verdad es que
Well, the truth is, we need to coexist, that all these solutions are here for all of us. And I think we have had interesting discussions between standards. That really what's going to happen with the projects, because this is what's most important, the existing projects, what's going to happen, because the future is jurisdictional. RED needs to move forward to jurisdictional. So this is why art exists and is so strong and comes as a support, an important support of government. So what we need to agree is how we're going to nest this project so we can have coherently, not only for the countries, but also for the environment integrity. So as you are saying, to have a methodology, a way of sharing something to exist in this ground. So the idea is that somewhere, somehow we can agree how these projects that are already not only with Vera, but also with the other 72 carbon standards that we have around the world, they can be told as one whole, this type of emissions. Well, overall, I totally agree of what Lucia just said, but I wanted to take advantage of this moment here to ask Kevin something that has been asked before, and is the issue about reversals. Kevin, how you thought about this in the methodology? How to manage the situation of one reversion in deforestation, and how should the consequences be distributed, some penalties or I don't know, those credits?
Great. So this is working. Just currently, the way BM48 is set up, reversals are dealt with just at the project level, and they're dealt with in the traditional VCS way, where projects are paying into a buffer account that's based on their risk of non-permanence. And then if a reversal is identified, that is taken out of that buffer account. And the question, though, I think maybe you're asking more is, how do you start thinking about nesting of reversals within jurisdictional accounting? And honestly, that's like the next, I think, problem to start to figure out. I don't think I have a great answer on that yet, but as you know, in countries that are receiving payments through a program and through projects separately, yeah, sorting out some way to share the responsibility for those reversals is going to be really important. But I just don't think that's just like the next thing we have to figure out, and we haven't gotten there yet.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Kevin, to all your questions, to all your answers. Now we're going to start with our first panel. For this, I am going to call some guests so you can come to the stage and sit down. First of all, Ivan Darío Valencia. He's the head of this panel. And as Ivan, he's the director of GGGI. He's a geographer and a geographist with more than 15 years of experience in carbon market. He has been a negotiator for the government of Colombia, and he negotiated Visión Amazonía, and he updated in 2020 in terms of mitigation. He coordinates projects in preparation for the Article 6. This is a good circumstance for this discussion. We move with Wellington Murillo. He's a head of Cocomasia Red Plus. He's from Chocó. He's an engineer, a communications engineer, and also in environment management. He's a leader in natural resources of the Peasant Association of Atrato Cocomasia, and he's the president of the planning of Quibdó. More than 15 years of experience in governance, planning, and environment management in collective territories or Afro communities in the department of Chocó and the Pacific Colombian area. Okay, and he's Juan David Turriago. He's a forest engineer. He has a master's degree with more than 10 years experience in climate change. He's a consultant and also uses a round first, second, and third report in front of the United Nations of climate change. Currently, he's a formulator for the Orinoquia with a follow biocarbon. Esteban Rossi, he's a coordinator of Everland, Colombia. He's a doctor in management and forest engineer. He has more than 10 years of experience with forest projects and conservation, but most important, in Latin America, in New Guinea and Guyana. Finally, Andrés Sierra, he's a coordinator of a Fondo Acción, a forest engineer in the formulation, validation, monitoring, and verification of a forest carbon, including initiatives of reduction, MDL of the UN, and RED projects and volunteer projects. Thank you so much for being here today. Okay, thank you, Lucas. Thank you, WCS, for moderating this, or in promoting and fostering this, and hosting this panel about the challenges to align baselines with projects, with jurisdictional projects. Well, we already had these good presentations about this alignment, and also with the previous workshop that we had. And also Colombia has an important experience in the project development with RED, and to face all these challenges and also all the legal aspects. So it's a pleasure having you here with the different approaches from Cocomasia, Fondo Acción, Juan David from Biocarbon Orinoquia, and Esteban from Everland. So in order to start, I wanted to ask each one of you, from your work, from what you are doing, have you been able to assess whether the communities and their projects are aware of the implications and the technical approaches for their processes, and what are the opinions of the communities? Well, there's a technical narrative, but how do you see that from the communities? How do they visualize it? How they understand this? If each one of you could share, I would start with Wellington. He's the person that's closer to the communities. 5 minutes, each one of you. Thank you so much for the invite today. These are the spaces that help us move forward to help the government. So thank you so much for the question. This is a question based on the previous interventions that we had. Is good to understand for the communities all these topics. The word red is something new for those of us who are constantly articulating, having these conversations, but for the communities talking about red, it's a new exercise, a recent exercise from the territory. So from here, you are assuming the different challenges, right? And more, if we want to understand red, the word red, trying to understand that some methodologies have been adjusted, baselines, jurisdictional baselines becomes more complex. So I would like to share about this exercise, what we have been doing in order to explain how we have been perceiving and how that transitions have been carried out. So for us, we have reference from Cocomasia. They were the first ones. Cocomasia started thinking about the project, Red Project, in 2016, but we started having a contact as partners and developers from 2018. And obviously, this implies approaching and addressing an internal structure, because also we need to tell you that Cocomasia is a territory of 800 hectares. We are located in 2 departments in Colombia. For example, in Chocó, we represent 5 municipalities. In Antioquia, 3 municipalities, and we are representing 134 communities that are associated, and they represent 7,400 families. From here, the challenge of being in the territories, of addressing all the dynamics, is a huge challenge. So based on this, we need to comply of different topics of councils, assemblies, to try to understand all of this. So we started from 2018 to establish a roadmap, to establish a red project. This made us possible to involve and understand how the market is behaving, what was the trend, and what was the dynamic that we had to address facing that construction of a project, a solid from the technical part, but also from governance, community governance, that may allow us to have a successful project. So once we made and heard from the exercise, we started thinking about having a space of an institutional articulation. In that stage of construction, we had working tables, and we have agreements in the cooperation frameworks, specifically with the Corporación Autónoma, Corpo Chocó. We have a working agreement of how we are going to get together in order to help to stop deforestation and degradation. Once we have addressed this, we started developing the methodologies associated to all of this. But when we started 2021, with all of these issues of the projects that have generated concerns and queries, accountability, accounting, well, we seated with the partner, Terra Nova Capital. We started seeing the methodology, because the standard was moving, taking into account everything that was going on. The fact of knowing and acknowledging that we need to vision a new methodology, this also generated a lot of processes around meetings, assemblies, in meetings, to understand a measurement and an approach, not only of our territory, now trying to see a general and overall vision of how we were going to be evaluated. So in this exercise, we get back with Corpo Chocó, with the agreement and framework we had, and we made this proposal in order to work a jurisdictional baseline for the Department of Chocó. At that time, COE Chocó has been addressing, together with the support of the Ministry of Environment, a jurisdictional program through the standard of our trees, trying to understand this, how Vera is working, how our tree, what are the guidelines that defines each one, and most of all, to be understood by the corporation, by those officers, because here we have a thing that normally all the institutions on the municipalities, not all of them, all the officers work in an intensive dynamic with RED projects because many of them are addressing their own agenda, and many times they don't have a developing agenda to make this to be accelerated. And in the government, we are a little bit having a delay to approach some topics. So obviously, for the corporations, that they have a flow of limited resources, this is also a big challenge. So in this exercise, we sat with all of them and we saw the standard by which they are proposing this jurisdictional baseline, how compatible it could be, facing to work it from the same guidelines that Vera follow, from the standard that's been supporting our projects. So in this guideline, we had a meeting and we could determine that we could be able to make a proposal of a jurisdictional baseline with a partnership not only with the corporation, with Coechoco, our partner in the Terra Globa capital, and Cocomasia, and we agreed to move forward in this exercise. Today, we signed the agreement of jurisdictional baseline, and it's around the development stages. But the challenge is not to sign it. The challenge is beyond, because as I was sharing with you at the beginning with the questions I did, today we are talking about the territory of Chocó, 4 million hectares, but 95% of the territory of those territories are owned by ethnic communities, indigenous people, and Afro communities. But most of the territories that today have the RED projects are with approximately 3 million hectares. We shared this before with Coelchoco, and this is why I was asking Artri, what is the minimum area they should have, because this is also a challenge. So what we demonstrated within the different working tables that having and working with the technical and jurisdictional baseline proposal would be useful not only for Cocomasia but also by the possibility they could move forward to the R3 standard, considering the jurisdictional project. In this way, we started to a next stage to agree with the other territories the possibility of doing those studies, not only of the plots, but also of the ecosystems needed to be considered within the guidelines, because it's not easy. Despite the fact that we are ethnic, we all know each other, there's also an exercise of autonomy in face of all the different organizations in their own territory, and we need to do a process of agreeing and with the boards and so they can see the positive impacts and negative impacts of the process. And this made us work together for 6 months of addressing all of these. Of the 67 councils, we could be able to make an exercise with 5 community councils with strategic guidelines to make an estimate. Exactly last week, fields where
Actually, we were making the estimation in the mangrove, in the intervened uh, forest, and in the non-intervened forest. And this was fantastic because this exercise is not being done by foreign professionals, but leaders in the same communities where, within this process, there is a whole dynamics of training, and we get to the territories for this training, for the leaders, for them to become local experts that allow us to have an installed capacity. Now, there's another challenge, and it is the fact that today my territory is being measured, but I'm not in a red project. How am I going to benefit in the future? Or if I am within a red project, which will be my benefit around this jurisdictional baseline? Now, in this dialogue we have established with them, once we have it, it will work for the department. Nowadays, we do not have an estimation of carbon for the whole department of Chocó. But with this, and starting by it, in this project, we can carry out an estimation of the baseline in a secondary way for each one of the territories within Chocó. Now, along with these challenges, we can understand exactly all the adjustments to be made, a question made associated about degradation. Even though we have estimated a baseline associated to the carbon credit stock, within the community we have the expectation of understanding how we can estimate degradation, so through our governance exercise to generate actions to reduce ever more this view, not only for the location of the red project, but the whole department. Now these exercises were increased the value of the project or the cost of the project. They are over costs which were not mentioned or taken into account at the baseline definition of each project. So for us to be able to have a project that complies with the technical directives, we would need to have a carbon credit with quality seals. We had to get new financing to establish this. Now, we had an estimation from 2019, 2020 for sales, but when this new methodology was defined, we had a shock because that implied that the terms, we had to adapt to new terms and build a new baseline. All the implications about how to update it to the standard and for there to be an assessment and a verification. This was a term which was not contemplated, and in the community, they were expecting the benefits soon based on the terms initially promised. Those are the challenges, and we have evidenced this. Understanding all these topics is not at reach of the day-by-day person that goes in his canoes through the rivers and goes to do their mining, forestry, or fishing activity. And with such a wide territory, that's a massive effort to be able to reach these communities and be able to tell them person by person what's happening. These are the challenges we've been having, and we understand we need these adjustments to be made, because otherwise this would imply having projects with much more risk. In certain leakages they have, we have reductions in the opportunities we might have around the governance, the forestry governance there. Very important. I think you also answered part of the next question. So for the rest, maybe for Andres from Action Fund or Fondo Acción, since you have been working with communities in the Pacific, how do you perceive the lineups in these technical and complex processes? Okay, first of all, I want to thank you for the invitation to this space. We are the Fondo Acción, Action Fund. We've been more than 20 years making investment in environmental topics and youth, more than youth, childhood. The improvement of these financial mechanisms which support conservation, since it costs, conservation costs, even though it pays. So these are instruments to be able to achieve the conservation tasks or purposes, the goals. We are not just stakeholders in the carbon market, but We want to potentialize this tool to be able to achieve our mechanisms of and our goals of conservation. We have projected till 2024 these 10 years of working with 19 communities in a portfolio of red projects in the Colombian Pacific and in the north of Antioquia. They have been registered in BERA, generating these actions for the revision of deforestation under the methodologies which were 10 years ago to carry out each one of these projects. Now, with the Action Fund more than generating a benefit, what we want to teach communities is what this market is about, what RED is about. We have participated with the Colombian Sustainable Fund to work in what communities are getting into. How can you negotiate a carbon credit? How do you reduce deforestation? What is the purpose of the carbon credits? You think that the carbon credit is for me to receive it and then I start making investments. But communities deforest precisely because of the needs, and sometimes the needs stay after having had the investment. So we have generated 2 verifications up to now with income to communities, and the interrogation they have, since they have earned capability and knowledge, is how are we going to be affected in the baselines we have in that potential of reduction of emissions, and where we are verifying, where we are reporting and verifying, are we going to decrease the potential because the jurisdiction is going to mix with the threats? Maybe the average is going to be lower for them. So they're very attentive to this. And in this next question that might appear later on, they are wondering about the potential in the reduction. Now, this scenario is very useful and updated. Complying with the standards of BERA, we are the implementing agents in this case. We're doing the technical accompaniment, and what we want is to face the baseline authorization. Initially, we were trying to implement what the 1447 resolution was trying to input. The fact that that is more or less the same. Now, from the resolution it was coming, and the evidences show us that we've sent letters to IDEAM asking for the maximum potential for this work. So what we have to is go to the different projects to be developed. We have lots of questions, lots of challenges, and communities which have been working for 10 years, generating benefits with their projects. You say they do not have the potential, they haven't been answered. These requests, nowadays we have 8 projects and the other 5 which are in the process of construction. Whenever we request this, they do not have that information. It's understandable that, not because I am the Chocó territory, there are regions which are much more vulnerable to deforestation. Some communities were asking that, let's say we have 10,000 hectares. I have lots of hectares. Where do you have them? No, in the mountain. Only 1,000 I have them. Close to the river, close to the road. The ones in the flat plains had more potential with 1,000 hectares than the other one with 10,000 hectares in the highlands. Thank you, Andres. Very interesting. Let's go to Esteban back again for you to tell us the experience about communities and their reactions about them, about this. Thanks for the invitation, Lucas, and the whole team. Everland is a commercialization and marketing company. It represents projects and sells the projects, and it creates value going along with the developers, understanding how projects work, having the best quality, and generating tangible benefits for communities. We have had the fortune of working with councils like Wellington's in the Pacific. They have been the implementing agent in our project. We've been building in these 10 years of efforts. It's easier to work now, and we're very thankful. And about this jurisdictional topic, we recognize that communities also recognize and they understand the need of building these risk maps in facing these deforestation on a wider scale, turning on the engines and making a stronger, more robust analysis. I think communities understand this very well. Now, at the same time, as Pedro was mentioning at the end of this intervention and at the end of his questions, there are a series of queries which have to do with the way of us understanding the purpose of a state in a jurisdictional challenge. Since the state works in different levels, from the definition of basic reference levels and until the management of resources, when we extend the functions of the state too much, we find that this creates queries among communities. Having better risk maps in terms of references, this works very well, but changing the scheme of benefit distribution, rendering all these collective improvement and social incentives, we do not know under what processes the state is going to do. This generates uneasiness. And I would like to finish up saying that Everland has a project at Congo, which for the clients is important to understand. This makes it more robust as a projection for the company. So we can see this chain in the Colombian Pacific. Let's go to the Orinoco Basin with Juan David. Different from the view of IDEAM and the different projects that had been carried out, and some have finished, others are still ongoing. We have to make a difference between the program and the project for this to be a reality and to comply with all the nesting. How have communities reacted? There are many private projects and not only local communities as such or indigenous communities. Juan David Turriago, good morning to everyone. I'm part of the biocarbon project. Before answering this question, I'd like to contextualize what biocarbon project is. We're finishing the design stage, validated PDD on behalf of an independent third party. It's a jurisdictional program which covers 4 departments: Meta, Vichada, Arauca, and Casanare. It's more than 26 million hectares. Just for you to understand the complexity of the territory, more or less 25% of the territory is covered by national parks. 50% are private owners, agricultural and cattle growers. 18% is collective territories by indigenous tribes, and they were rendered by the Ministry of Interior of Arauca. And another percentage is like open land what we call baldios. We do not have a cadaster and an updated cadaster. It's not only a red program system, but an a fault reduction of deforestation. So we do have the reduction of emissions with 6 prioritized chains of production: cacao, coffee, marañón, and forestry plantations in commercial character, as well as cattle growing, rice, and cocoa. We're making an effort to cover other strategic systems which have been unaccounted for, like the plains, the savannas, as we call them. It's been complex. We have been designing for 3-4 years with the different actors, stakeholders, and in these 18 years, what we have been doing is the institutional strengthening with local and national institutions. We have 59 municipalities and 4 departments I already mentioned. We have built this program mostly with 260 stakeholders, not natural people. They're mostly guilds, groups, the indigenous communities. There is a differential focus to be able to develop the elements in the program.
So what challenges we have found, or how in these 3 years the outlook, the perspective of the program has changed a lot? Well, talking specifically of that vision the projects have inside the territory facing that programs. Well, this is my personal opinion. I want to share with you that how the 1447 resolution had been faced at the beginning, how the concepts had been written in such a way we could understood that the projects in itself are competition, and this is an important and strong concept when they are jurisdictional projects, and most of all when they are led by 2 ministries. In this case, the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Environment have the proposition and is aiming to have a greater outreach to provide the communities more benefits, right? So not only associated to carbon, and related to carbon. So with this conception at the beginning, there was like a competition vision. So I am here, so red, the first thing and the first concern of the communities, it was saying, okay, if the program comes here and the government comes here, is my program is going to be closed. That was the first concern. And the biocarbon concept designed in the program is to change the vision of a reduction of emissions and facing the projects as allied, as partners. And one of the questions that I did before, this also allows it by the jurisdiction baseline, the partner executor. So what is the program doing? Working together with the Ministry of Environment. So we are working in 2 parts. One side, we are generating a first structure of a handbook of a executor and partner that would be generated between the programs around the territories that already exist. What would be the conditions with accounting, reductions, quote, between the project would be benefit if that project and program is nested? What would be that safeguard program? What would be that benefit plan, and how the project would benefit that benefit plan, and how the community is going to be benefited of the interests that the developer or partner, as Wellington is saying, that supported or has supported this community. So we are generating the structure. What comes forward, what comes in the future, we are going to working together with the Ministry of Environment, and what comes next is a roadmap and a route to socialize this initial structure from the internal part of the Ministry of Environment, but also supported by the team of Biocarbono, to the projects that we already know exist in the territory. When I'm saying that we know they exist, recently this was an area that was open. Those things that we can identify with the standards and we already know they are. And with having this into account, in the following 3 months, we are going to start a process of socialization and discussion of these projects. The communities and the developers, if we can agree on what that handbook of a partner and executor, what are those critical points, and we can sit together with the jurisdictional baselines together with the projects. And by the other hand, together with IDEAM, the Ministry of Environment, we are working with some accounting table to develop a methodology, talking about methodology of how we can nest in terms of numbers, baselines that the program proposes, very similar to the Vera standard, together with other projects that maybe have other methodologies, but we are doing a technical proposal that also, it was a first version was developed some years ago, and it's associated to how the maximum potential is that same structure of the methodology. And what we are waiting, and I was talking with the Ministry of Environment, is more or less in 2 months, this proposal will be launched in terms to know how the nesting will be done within the accounting part. So this is what we are working right now. There are a lot of expectations, but we're going to transmit to the territory, and I take advantage of what we are working here today. This is not any competition. On the opposite, what we have designed in the biocarbon project is that the project is one of those stakeholders can help to implement something and support, thinking that the territory is going to cover 26 million but in order to reduce emissions, not only associated to deforestation, but also in this change in agriculture change, is really, and it's practically illogical talking about this amount of territory, but the weaknesses that the institutions have had to go to the territories and the communities. So this is somehow what we are talking about. How the communities have responded and the developers have responded. I think that some 2 or 3 years ago, this discussion was really difficult to be held. But now, today, that same developers of the project and the communities are coming to the program and are saying, how can we work together? And this is a good message. So I think the discussion is on the table. Of course, when we talk about accounting and all things, well, probably we will have some baselines that will be different from the others proposed by the programmers. We will have interesting discussions around this, but yes, there's a willingness from the parts to discuss and to have some arrangements, because the communities have perceived that those who have been really carefully working about risks and what they are seeing, and they want to cover themselves and assure themselves and benefit from other projects that haven't done things correctly. They want to improve these for the rights of the communities. We have a good setting. Well, this is going to be a really complex challenge to talk about all these topics, but we are already covering technical issues that will help us in the future. Well, first of all, I wanted to ask Lucas what extension we don't have. We are short of time, but Lucas, can you tell us? We have a good framework with time. Well, due to the speakers have extended their time, because this is really interesting, I did not stop them. I'm going to go out of the script a little bit, because they answered a little bit of the questions that I had for the next questions. But the thing is, I realized that the narrative is that there's like an adjustment moment in the market that we need to shift to this new jurisdictional baseline proposed, as Susana was mentioning. That there's a little bit of receptiveness of that need, that this is something that, this is less confrontation that what we saw some years ago. This is something positive. So in this context, given the fact that Willington was sharing with us previously a little bit of the perspective of the community, but I wanted to understood if you can share with us a little bit more of how you see and what messages you have found from the environment authorities, verifiers and standards. How do you see that shift from their side? You are working with Code Chocó. I don't remember the other standards. Art trees for one hand, but I don't remember the standard of the project. And with buyers and possible buyers, what messages do you perceive from them with these issues, with this topic? Briefly, only 3 minutes because we need to make a last round. Well, yes, I think that in this case, from the local authority with whom we most talk, we have this responsibility, this co-administration from the environment part. Well, the message has been positive in the sense that despite the fact that, again, these are emergent topics which is not in their agenda, we have been seeing that this is a community, the one that is helping to lead this, to support and provide everything that has to do with stopping deforestation and degradation of the department. In fact, we live and we are permanently talking about this space, and also seeing the guidelines that need to be considered in order to build that jurisdictional baseline. We are working together, and we are proposing a working table in the department, engaging the government, in this case, Universidad del Chocó, because we feel that this topic needs to go deeper as stakeholders and actors around the civil society as well. We need to include them well. So we have discussed this before. We are close to coordinate these dates. For the case of the standard, what we are seeing, we are trying to adapt ourselves to review very carefully the methodology that's been proposed, considering that you start receiving recommendations, because if you see a recommendation of a methodology on a global basis, and slowly you also need to review and to incorporate it in the country, and you need to read it in such a way that can be adapted to the guidelines also that the communities have. We feel that we need to create and spread this discussion, to create methodology in order to create and to be owned by that community and the project that already exists. In order to move and shift, we need to understand that there are costs that can generate a little bit of a not a positive vision, like a frustration, because when they tell you that you need to invest more to create a baseline in the department, then this is something that is out of our hands, because you have this approach of having the process inside the community. And yes, it's true that a great part of the topics that we are talking here today, we need to generate that trust. We need to create trust, because for the parties and the stakeholders to adjust processes, this has to be created under a trust framework. Why is it proposed? Why these guidelines need to be created? And when the community understands that through the standard, through the entity, the environmental authority, there's trust in order to address topics with no risks, I think that this is a win-win. And part of these topics are exercises that we work, for example, in the project that was expressed by Lucas, because in the way the people understand the methodology of how it's been worked, they can know a really way of knowing how those projects, how they have been carried out. Then you learn about failures, right? But what's most interesting is that you can have our own recommendations of projects that have been carried out successfully. Well, we can recommend to create dialogues, exchange, to build that same vision. This becomes something that everyone wins, not only as a project for ourselves, but a decision making for the institutions that to be adopted to reality that the territory has. And the standard also can understand when the verifiers come, they need to understand that there are conditions, particularly in some territories, that facing to make this stronger of the programs and the jurisdictional baselines are needed. and that the topic needs to be flexible, but without going out from the guidelines that are needed to have successful processes. Thank you, Willington. Moving to Andres. Fondo Acción has had this trajectory that you shared with us, but how do you see that change in role with this? If you start promoting a jurisdictional baseline in the Pacific, how could this role change? And a little bit with the perspective that has been mentioned, with that will be a reduction with the results that can be certified by each project, but maybe at the same time, you can generate a different price to help this change. How do you see this change in your role? Maybe the interaction or exchanging regionally speaking or nationally speaking, given the case, and also with the state. For now, with the benefit distribution has not been so present there in the Pacific. Okay. In order to answer this question, I want you to understand what has been the role of Fondo Acción around these projects. We are accompanying 8 projects that have a particularity to many of the projects that are being developed in Colombia. These were projects that had its financial promotion through BioRed. They were born with an international cooperation. So these projects are not depending on an intermediator or a developer. Here we want to highlight that these communities own 100% their carbon credits. They are the ones that own the governance around the project, so they don't have. When people say a distribution benefits is more than saying how much the developer will be receiving or the community. This is different. They are not concerned about what corresponds to the developer because they don't need to worry about that. They are not concerned about that because Fondo Acción does not make part of this. We are under the structure of when the BioRed ended this project, they did not have any more resources. So as a company that we're supporting, we still leverage resources from the international cooperation, Cooperación Internacional, USAID, also Fondo Colombia Sostenible, for the communities so they don't lose that governance over the 100% governance of their projects. Today, Fondo Acción created these funds from they created these revolving funds from the former management and from our councils and board. We thought that this is a successful model and this makes it possible for the communities to be successful in RED is a possibility for more than the discussions that are being given internationally about the different things. It's how the communities' rights were vulnerable. So we are documenting the ones that are already exist and the ones for the other 4 that we are carrying out. We want them to be owners of the carbon credit. So for us, when we talk about this jurisdictional proposition, we are not so affected by our own interests because we have created that revolving funds to develop projects under that scheme. The Fondo Acción is going to be interacting with the projects, calling jurisdictional or projects, as long as you can see the benefit that those communities have. Today, those communities sell the carbon credits and they receive the money. Governance is important. How is this benefits going to be distributed when we are talking about governments, municipalities, authorities, and many other stakeholders? And at the end, what is the community going to receive? This is the most important concern we have because this is the instrument that communities are seeing to provide sustainability to conservation. So we are going to be there as long as we know. Today we have talked, we are here, a lot of technicians here, but the community who owns the forest and is the one that decides or not to preserve, how are we going to take them into account? This is going to be our priority, and we're going to be there as long as that line is clear with projects and jurisdictions. Thank you so much, Andres. For Esteban, Everland, as you know, the global market, seeing Colombia from the outside. How do they see Colombia about jurisdictional baselines? It has been mentioned that some said that in Colombia the situation is really complicated, that maybe is not a good place for this type of schemes due to the complexity of the current market. But how do you see it from the outside? How do you see it abroad of the as a project funders? Well, Everlands specializes in selling credits in different countries, but in the international market. Everlands does not sell in the Colombian market. We cannot give an opinion here. So from the standpoint, the operational standpoint, we have some queries that need to be answered. And there's an important advancements. Let's start about the advances. Buyers are able to pay an additional price for the jurisdictional prices. They have become really sophisticated with a sophisticated analysis of implementing projects, safeguards, baselines, etc. So the process of selling has become a very specialized as what it used to be some years ago. So we consider that these advancements are really positive. However, we still have some important challenges to be sorted that can be applied in Colombia as well as other parts. To use the example of Wellington and following the case that Andrés was sharing with Fondo Acción, the advancements of this advance in three pillars. For one hand, the tenure of land. For example, we see from the tenure, this is not a problem. Secondly, governance of communities in the Colombian Pacific. It's extraordinary. We can build a lot of things here. And third, the topic of capabilities construction or capacities construction. As Wellington was saying before, there's a big road and a big path of the person from the community and all the knowledge, the technical knowledge that's needed in order to do this transition. And for this long path and journey, we need different stakeholders to support us. We need stakeholders from the government, not only from the private sector and the technical sector, but we need support from the state. So maybe the next step for us can be the following workshop. If we can think about this, it could be about inviting the government and the representatives to build this chain.
Thank you. Thank you, Esteban. Ending up with this last question, and we won't have a chance for another round of question and answers. Juan David, you already have answered to this same question. I'll have to make up another one. You were mentioning about the proposal that projects and programs not be rivals but synergic, that the implementation of programs might support the results on the program. And if you read nowadays the regulation, that is not so evident. And since projects might continue, if you are partner, an executive or executant partner, can you manage this with a manual of implications of this executant partner? Okay, before the potential regulation adjustments, the Ministry of Environment is working on several fronts, several approaches. One focused on voluntary markets, another one associated to regulated markets, another one working on the transable or transient slots, the other one working in the network specific topic, mostly in the assurement of safeguards in ethnic communities. Therefore, within the framework of this discussion, when we have had them in discussions with the Environment Ministry, as the regulation is set forth nowadays, people say, I want to nest with you, but if I disappear from the map later on, when the program disappears, how can we keep on operating? This has been presented to the ministry, and they are analyzing a way of incorporating these new elements, making it more flexible. I don't know if the word is flexible, but these to add these new alternatives for these alternatives to be for the nesting to be much more interesting for the projects in the national level. Now, on one behalf, and on the other hand, from the point of view of the implication of the executive partner, you know that the terms to generate regulation is wider, is longer than we would like. Under these agreements and the structure of the implications of the executive partner, while the regulation is passed, besides speaking with the ministry all the time to be mm, covered by the umbrella of the nesting figure, what we want is for these implications to be clear and how the processes of nesting should be done step by step. We have set forth the possibility that not necessarily the project should be totally related with the program, but with the mitigation actions, the having this market in carbon to be able to carry out these actions of prevention of deforestation. I'm sorry for the delay. Thanks to everyone. Let's give him a round of applause. Thanks for your patience. We are a bit delayed. Yes, lunch is there. Lunch won't be cold, don't worry. But we still have a second panel. The second one was very interesting to understand what happened. We see that many things are being moved in within the market, and several links are being articulated for it. Um, this perspective was mostly focused on the Colombian context, but we have another group of guests which will help us out. Esteban will be the moderator, and let me call on Salvador, manager of Berra. He's an ecologist, 20 years as a professor, and director of statistics of the Secretary of Environmental Resources in Mexico. He is a consultant for different cooperation agencies like PNUD, United Nations, USA, FOA, FAO, and the Inter-American Bank. Catalina Romero, Magister in Agriculture. She has worked for different educational institutions and corporations like the University of Valencia and Tolima. She has been the scientist supporting certain presentations in climate change. Franklin Paniagua, director of policies for ART transactions. He's a facilitator with different stakeholders. He is the Vice Minister of Environment of Costa Rica from 2017 to 2022. Holber Arango, forestry engineer with more than 10 years as an expert in collective management and usage of soils. The important part for him is to be centered in human rights sustainability as a base of conservation and forestry conservation. And our colleague Ban will be the technical expert. Thank you. We're expecting these virtual panel members, Salvador, who is linking from abroad. I think we have perfect sound. Let's see if we can wait a bit more for Salvador to get in touch, to get linked to this projection. Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you for the presentation, Lucas, and to the technical team, technical staff. Welcome, and how good to have you here with us. I'd like to start by asking about the challenges you found from the technical standpoint in the identification and jurisdictional models. Please start with an introduction of your organization and yourselves, and secondly, a comment regarding challenges. Let's give the floor to Salvador, first of all, who is remotely here. We do not have any sound on behalf of Salvador. Again? Now, better. Good afternoon. Thanks for the invitation. My name is Salvador Sanchez Corra. I'm the manager of Technical Network en Terra. With regards to the question, from the point of view of the jurisdictional basis, we've had local and individual projects funded by private entities, not executed by local governments. Even though we have a methodological network, we have a program in the emissions of Argentina in the validation stage. And currently, if it were accepted, it would be the first jurisdictional program for RED, in this case, in Argentina. On the other hand, we have a methodology consolidated with a jurisdictional method to appoint baselines for we haven't found jurisdictional baselines yet for RED programs. Thank you, Salvador. Yes. And I'd like to give the floor to Franklin from our trees while we wait for Catalina. Thank you. Greeting to Salvador. At this time, we did not see each other live. I'd like to first thank WCS, ECHO, and CLP for this invitation in the participation of this forum. It changes our perspective to understand the maturity. We're speaking about the jurisdictional topic nowadays. We had previous experiences where we found the community in the carbon topic in another frequency. This really encourage us to continue. ART is a standard designed exclusively for the jurisdictional network or the jurisdictional RED, and it has a perspective different from the explanation of Kevin's, and on behalf of Pedro's, it doesn't have a starting point on the estimation of deforestation, but on a historical baseline strictly, which is created in a previous term as the new methodology that Kevin described for the BERA standard. Nevertheless, in the measurement we do, not for the reference years, which are the years where you build the baseline, but for the verification years, the next 5 years, it is a measurement, a direct measurement of the reduction of emissions. Therefore, there is an important methodological difference there, and it is translated into the assurance, the certainty, or the approximation at least to the certainty that brings a solution to the issue of leakage, the and the support with the vocation or commitment to reduce deforestation that a jurisdictional government may have. So the condition of these credits is a bit different, or we could make a difference this way from the others, and in this sense, the attractive it has, and that you might identify both Juan David and Wellington within these regional explorations you might be having about the jurisdictional topic, is that it will mean and attractive in terms of market, of price, and final terms. And it is important to highlight this. It will mean a reduction in the associated costs. This is a step. It's the next step, as Susana was mentioning, in terms of evolution of RED. I was worried about, like in the morning, hearing the word complexity, difficult, at the point of speaking of jurisdictional programs. I think all programs have a certain degree or level of difficulty, but it is important to have a challenging attitude and a leadership in carrying on with this. Unfortunately, it's the state, the one to be the leader, since this is about jurisdiction. It's a collective entity on behalf of a state which carries out this representation. Nevertheless, I think it's important to highlight that both in the experience of Costa Rica and Peru recently, the thrust, the push has been on behalf of the government, as we were hearing in the previous panel, along with the organizations and the ones who are within the market are telling the government this is the baseline. It is okay for you to have that doubting position. It's an important time to be leaders and carry it on. What my colleague of Fondo Acción, Andrés, was mentioning, that communities are worried about the reception of the benefits. But what I think is that we should tell these communities that these current projects have a certain part of costs, and this is part of what they do not receive. And local initiative has to have a better efficiency in the limitation of these entries, and therefore there is an opportunity which is worthwhile exploring. The main message is precisely that in these activities like the one today, both projects, developers, communities, please keep this message for the end. I didn't want to block it, but you let me with this. Like this is like the goal that didn't come in yesterday. Remember the game Colombia yesterday. Your time, Ivan. Floor is yours. Thanks for this space, and for all and to all the panel members. The Global Institute for Green Development has a different role. We are consultants for public policy government. We are members of an international association, and we have been part of Amazonia Vision with the REM standard a long time ago, but it credited reductions during a period of 5 years. It's still working, it's ongoing, but not operating under the payment by result model, but as solutions for deforestation. We have also consulted for local governments in the policy making about deforestation. Now, in the reduction of deforestation, we have worked with COMPACE 4021, and more recently, we are supporting the government in the participation of Article 6 in the Agreement of Paris, which includes an additional complexity in the compliance of ENC and the negotiating of credits outside the country and how we can account for them. So the challenges we have with regards to the support we have seen in these topics is that in Colombia, the topic about aligning the implementation terms and the application points or milestones, there are issues between the moments like when the regulation starts being applied, when the resources are issued or received. But sometimes those messages are not received by the developers, and there's some uncompliances or miscompliances of Regulation 2047 because the government does not comply with the requirements or the implementators, and the models of mitigation are not issued or sent to the projects. They cannot be enforced if they are never received by the government. This scheme of nesting was already set forth in the regulation, but it is not operating because it hasn't been complied with by the stakeholders involved. Now, this is been solved or is being solved. Please consult the page of Renario. Renar revived, resurrected the period of cryopreservation during 2 years. It was there frozen for at least a year and a half, and there we have a technical guide with an annex of appropriation of the levels of reference in 2022, which is a very close methodology to Berras, something that was not available before being suspended, and now it's a new tool for project to use it. That's a challenge. And the second challenge we have not spoken much about, I would summarize it in the fact that there is a reconciliation among several accounts. Not only the counting nesting of carbon, but also the nesting of the legal areas, the membership of carbon, what is by communities, what is by buyers, what is by the state, what everyone has to share, what corresponds to MBC with regard to benefits and responsibility as corporate stakeholders and other foreign countries. Reconciling these three positions is not simple. That would be the biggest challenge in general.
Okay, now we want to welcome Catalina. She connected online from Ser Carbono. I would ask you please to introduce yourself and then share with all of us from your experience what are the most important challenges that you are seeing in order to shift to a model or to jurisdictional programs. I apologize for not being there present, but well, I'm really happy and glad that we've already, we can connect ourselves virtually. I'm sorry I cannot hear her so well. I'm going to do my best, but thank you for the participation that you have. And around you have been talking about these topics. I'm Catalina Romero. I'm sorry, I cannot hear well. I'm sorry. We are sorting things out here, technical issues. I apologize. We have been creating some challenges around the methodology in Red Plus. So we, as standard, we are in charge of certifying in Red Plus focused in the reduction. And from here, we see, and we have an experience from 2020 when projects are starting to register. And from here, we are starting to develop together with different stakeholders in order to generate the methodology from RED. What's important to point out here, we offer, and we have challenges as all of us have, operational challenges, as all these regulations and these laws with the market, the carbon market on a daily basis, it's requiring more and more that sometimes you say the developers, and why are we seeing so many requirements and why we need to do these changes? As what you are talking today in this meeting, these changes, because the market is evolving, and well, the most of you know that we generate from the buyers, and this is generating the trust of the credits that at the end they are the ones that are going to buy, and we are seeing with these aspects of mitigation. We see as a challenge what I was saying with you. Our methodology is born in Colombia, and it's aligned with all the references. We did a great assessment with all the different references around the world and regulations, and thanks that IDEAM, Environment, the Ministry of Environment have been developing all the levels that have been updated. This is not a problem. In Brazil also, when we operate with RED, also this have been the base and support from we can generate mitigation results. Well, however, as Susana has said, and also the other standards, we have taken the leadership to develop many things to protect the execution of the projects around the territories. It is really difficult because, as you are seeing and you are hearing from the different events that have been developed around the climate change, well, the reality is that they are really complex. The communities are really diverse, and well, as much as we wanted to prevent many things, to develop tools that can help us to protect the project and the programs, sometimes it's highly complex. As we have heard before, if we don't have a direct intervention of the authorities in order to receive clearer guidelines to address these situations. But yes, if the approach is going to be addressed from the jurisdictional part, or it's going to be centralized, decentralized, we need to know the clear positions, most of all from the government standpoint, to operate well. So as we are seeing here, the opportunities are huge. Also, challenges are huge, but here we are, really with the willingness to evolve as long as the market is going to evolve. So this is like the things that we see for now. Thank you. Thank you so much, Catalina. Now I would like to give the word to Salvador. Can you confirm me here that we are connected? Can you hear me, Salvador? Perfect. Yes, I apologize. I apologize, Holder. I was pending and I had left you aside. I'm sorry, Holder. Yes, okay. Before moving to Salvador, I would like Holber Arango from Terra Global would share with us about his work and a little bit about the challenges, how you are seeing those challenges with your management. Terra Global is a company that is led by women. It has 18 years of experience in solutions based in nature, approximately around 30 countries, and with a high focus in Red Plus. We made part of the initial development of the methodologies of emission reduction for deforestation and degradation. We are authors of the M6 methodology that even at that time in 2012, it included technical elements that were relevant in accounting, especially explicit, that for now and today it's relevant in the jurisdictional approach. So I'm really thankful for being here and being part of the discussion that is so relevant. From our standpoint, the most important challenge that we have from Terra is technical. We have developed standards and many efforts have been done to describe how an accounting system in a jurisdictional scale. So I would tell from my opinion and the experience that we've had here in Colombia with Cocomasia and Codechoco, the most difficult thing that we've encountered is to align all the stakeholders around the idea of the jurisdictional baseline, as my colleagues had said before, by other projects that have been emitting credits with another approach, and to agree with all these stakeholders within the advantages that this approach has, but the possible changes and shifts to explain the local communities why we are having such a big delay in emitting credits, why we moved from a project methodology to a jurisdictional methodology. This has been the most important challenge we've had. And also all the process of communication with the government authorities, which is relevant in this approach as well. Great. Thank you so much, Holber. Okay, we are going to go deeper with the challenges in the next round. I would like to give the word to Salvador. We are curious and we hopefully want to hear from you with the consolidated methodology, but I'm going to read the word, so the question, so we can have the correct perspective. How can you compare the GNR framework in terms of how it compares to other existing programs at the jurisdictional level? And the second question is, do you consider that this is a step forward to allow project-level activities and jurisdictional efforts to coexist? Is this a step forward to allow project-level activities and jurisdictional efforts to coexist? Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, indeed. We think that this jurisdictional project and that Berra introduced 12 years ago, and for different reasons, it has not been implemented, and it provides a methodology framework just to coexist and to align. And the alignment of RED initiatives on a jurisdictional together with individual programs. This could allow different things. One, a harmonization of both types of working lines. It could improve a lot the coordination, and something important, it could allow to complement one with the other. This could provide both lines could empower themselves with the use of information, data, sharing data to the type of interventions that each one of these could provide to funding and financing programs. We could obtain greater scale with greater resources in shorter time, and this could allow to increase efficiency of both working lines, facilitating and improving monitoring, report and verification in the compliance of safeguards of transparency, and moves in the compliance of NDCs of the countries. This is the GNR framework. We could think that this would provide a scheme that's really adequate. It could provide alignment of nesting projects on an individual level. This is something that diverge a little bit of all the other jurisdictional frameworks. in such a way that this GANR framework is looking to have an approach on the different levels, sub-jurisdictional projects in the provinces or territories as much as possible, also thinking about jurisdictional projects on a national level. This is the most important part, and this is a very good scheme, but one part is the new methodology, consolidated, ¿verdad? That is guided to individual projects in the fact that it adopts a jurisdictional approach for the construction of baselines. This will guarantee that there's a coexistence between the baselines of the different projects that already exist, and this would facilitate the alignment together with jurisdictional projects, even if you don't adopt a JNR framework of VERRA in the total jurisdiction, the country. The fact that our projects that are going to be registered in the BCS will adopt this same methodology and could facilitate this nesting and alignment together with a jurisdictional baseline or with a jurisdictional program in case it will be developed under that jurisdiction where the projects are. So in any way, we think that there are different possibilities. Not only the new methodology would facilitate this case, but also with an ideal case we consider could be this under a jurisdictional framework nested as JNR could be a very good way to align both lines, both working lines. Thank you so much. Thank you, Salvador. Thank you, Salvador. Okay, continuing with this last comment that Salvador was saying with the different settings, we would like to ask also Franklin and also the rest of the speakers to share a little bit about other international experiences for nesting from the perspective of our jurisdictional red. And in this way, it would be really important to have some experiences or circumstances of countries or some states, for example, Brazil, with high and low rates of deforestation, and to compare those settings in order to move from these general topics to concrete examples. Thank you so much, Franklin. For me, it's difficult to talk about these experiences because the processes of nesting, as you are seeing them, are processes of stakeholders. And as Wellington was describing before, is sitting all together and defining the way you want to distribute the cake, all the pie, or the benefits to be distributed, or the element you want to choose. So this is a process that responds to circumstances. Where do we see that this is being given? And here, it's not my place to give details, but yes, we can go and look for good experiences. I think that the one that's more mature and reflects, again, the development of capacities of the organizations is the case in Peru. The people from Peru are in a point where they can make that risk map, and on this risk map, they can make a distribution between projects and jurisdictional initiatives, and then there's coming a jurisdictional, an effort between government and the indigenous organizations based in an initiative that the indigenous people had that's called RIA, Amazonian Indigenous Network, and read that the government has received these initiatives and they're going to present to the arteries. So the other example that we have, and it's happening now, is in the Brazilian states, particularly in Acre and Tocantins, as an initiative initiatives that are, we don't need to wait for magic because this is a hard work. I think that what was shared from the project in Orinoquia and Chocó, this is hard work of sitting all together, negotiate, calm anxieties, report, inform. Why? In order to value and how everything is being distributed and where and how. And these are some examples that I could invite you to contact them directly to know more about what they are having. And to close my presentation, the process of nesting, of discussion and resolution is a process that corresponds to the stakeholders. And the standards, we are careful about, well, as I was saying this morning, we need to monitor the integrity of the credit that's been emitted. And this is an independent topic from nesting. The topic about double accounting is relevant, is fundamental from the standard. This is the interest. So here we see a difference. And I would give back the initiative and the effort of nesting to the stakeholders that are in the market as the force that needs to hold this topic. Thank you so much, Franklin. So in this same line of giving the developers the working line, I would like to ask you, Holbert, to share with us how you have done, again, as Franklin, is to calm anxieties, and how do you approach and address nesting with the communities you work with? Okay, I have two examples, similar examples, projects by which we are working currently. One is Myanmar, in Bago, and the other one is in Department of Chocó. In both cases, the company took the decision of following step-by-step initiative, starting with the scenario 1 and setting 1 that's offered by the jurisdictional framework from Verra that consists of establishing a jurisdictional baseline even before creating a program, a jurisdictional program, starting with or by creating a jurisdictional baseline where projects can be aligned and we can solve a little bit about the double accounting. And this initial step implies to do a negotiation with the landowners and the government, the local government of the jurisdiction, and to create an agreement in which, in a collaborative way, can be created this process of describing that baseline that consists in doing, as it was explained by our colleague, Kevin, to make all the historical analysis of deforestation, but also of degradation, to choose the variables that can explain and can predict deforestation and degradation in a jurisdiction, to build this risk map and to communicate in a clear way these technical issues, the owners and the communities, to the local government. And I think that the most important challenge, what are the other projects that exist in the jurisdiction, to explain them of this risk mapping and how each project is going to work with respect to that baseline that was previously working. So the question is, in our experience, is step by step. We need to go step by step. We know that constructing and building a project, a program, is like a big company, and we decided to start by a smaller company that create jurisdictional baseline. Myanmar is in an ongoing validating process by that third part through Verra. And in the case of Chocó, from the jurisdiction of Chocó, I want to announce here that soon we will be submitting this description of the baseline from Chocó in Verra for public comments. So you please be attentive for this. That's going to be soon submitted. So thank you so much, Holbert. Ivan, I would like to ask you about Article 6, specifically how these advancements we've had about jurisdictional baselines, how do you consider they have been contributing the implementation of Article 6 and these traceable credits? So maybe you could introduce a little bit of this Article 6 that we have not talked about much about this. Thank you, Esteban. To make things complex, well, we have the opportunity here for countries now can participate in the mechanism of the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement that has two mechanisms, 6.2 and 6.4. 6.2, the agreements, the bilateral agreements known as cooperative approaches that can be, for example, R3s or BERRA if the country recognizes. In a bilateral agreement, it's recognizing BERRA as a standard or the use of the engagement of CORSIA in the airline mechanisms or aviation mechanisms. This can contribute to mechanism 6.2 if the countries agree, or the 6.4, which is the substitute of clean mechanisms, governance under the mechanism of a climate change, and that presumes will be mechanisms more on the projects where certification is carried out from how the convention is designed. But the difference is that can be accessible to all the countries around the world, not only for those that have a bilateral agreement. This becomes, and the advantage of this is the advantage of the mechanisms, that the credits can become, not all credit can become an IDMO. IDMO means mitigation of trading tradable. We call this as a credit, carbon credit that has the visa to come an NDC for another country. And this visa, this denomination can only be given by the country where the credit occurs. So therefore,
the government has a certain stronger stance in the authorization or not authorization of this ITMO to be used from the point of view of Article 6. That's a very short description of what the Article 6 could be. And what are we seeing here? What we're seeing is a practical example which occurred already in Guyana with Artris. The government said, oh, I have an operative effect with R3s, which has a first period of verification already. They already issued credits. They all have to be after 2021, and they authorized the issuance of certain carbon credits to CORSIA, the international mechanism, with the purpose or with the commitment of discounting. Everything has to be compensated within the accounting of the countries as an add-up to the issuances or the emissions for the accounting of CNSS. That's the correspondent adjustment, as it is mentioned. Guyana authorized the certain carbon credits certified by Artris for the airlines without knowing what airlines are going to buy them. And Guyana government or state will carry out an add-up of the emissions in the whole country. That's an example of the country, a country which has decided to enter into these RED plus focus. It's a novelty. Guyana is precisely very particular because it has a big coverage of forests and low deforestation. They had it already. Their ENC is relatively low, not that ambitious. It's limited to certain sectors, not completely quantified in CO2. Therefore, they dared to do this easier than other countries where they are not complying with their ENC, and therefore they are not sure of authorizing this reduction on emissions. What other context can we see this in? We can see it in Colombia with the biocarbon program. It's jurisdictional. There are certain projects, and the World Bank is the owner, in quotation marks, of this, as well as the fiduciary uh, are the ones to merchandise or market these projects. And how can we affect or implement this under Article 6? Firstly, we have to estimate how much we can sell without affecting the compliance of ENC. This has to be done before. You cannot wait for 2030 to be able to know how much we're going to sell them for. We have to sell them in intermediate periods. We have to run a risk as a country, but the benefit is that the ITMOs can be sold more expensively than a credit which doesn't have this denomination, compensating the cost in the uncompliance of ENC. We estimated in the Cartagena meeting that we expect that, let's say, the price might be $20 nowadays, but getting close to 2030, there will be a scarcity of offer in these ITMOs, and many countries might be short in the compliance of ENCs, and therefore the price might get to $80 or $100 by ton, which is a lot. Therefore, yes, we have to have a risk as a country, but that is a political decision each country might have. To me, an issue with the jurisdictional issues nowadays it is the fact that they demand the ownership of, or the titling of all the carbon certificates. It's difficult for countries to demonstrate the ownership by deed of each one of these credits. We reduced deforestation in 2023. If we will demand the government about these results, they cannot demonstrate it since they are in areas where there is no deed in the ownership. There are peasants who don't have the deeds, or their open spaces which are not in the ownership of either the government or private parties. So there is a trade-off between coverage and ownership or titling. In this standard is managed in this level, this would be another risk. And the other topic is that there is a perception still, with all the issues in the coverage of the red projects, and that there is the non-interest in buying red projects or red plus projects. No country would like to buy these projects due to Article 6. It admits the jurisdictional, but still there are lots of countries which are reactive and hesitant. Even Guyana received lots of criticisms since these credits were low deforestation and very high coverage on behalf of forests. There are many buyers, and in putting them all into the same basket, the more comprehensive, like Vera and Artris, are different from the others, and buyers do not make a difference, but we have to overcome this perception issue. That will be key. Definitely, there are many topics to be discussed later on. Ivan, I would like to ask Catalina again. Please tell us about, or more in detail, in Ser Carbono what the process is, to be able to align processes in the baselines between the level of the project and the jurisdictional level. And I take advantage to ask all the other panel members to start thinking about the projects here. As we were saying, we have not much issue in this sense. Recently, in the RED Plus methodology, we are an independent third party. We finished the public consultation. We're perfecting the final document to input in this new articulation, since the methodology is very aligned to the technical implementation that as a country we have generated mostly in Colombia. In that sense, we have to highlight that our methodology, what they did was to capture the RED Plus mechanism and land it off in a technical document, which is now the basis of the quantification independently of the 4 activities of RED Plus, since conservation is not included. The deforestation, the carbon accounting, and the sustainable forestry management. So what we do is that through the methodologic focus, we have to land off the field and how to avoid the double accounting in the results we are going to generate. At this point in time, what we're doing, besides highlighting the methodologic reconstructions that these mechanisms establish to define baselines in a jurisdictional level, that is what we're doing in this new methodology document. It's important to highlight that us as SER, we are trying, Ser Carbono, we're trying to gather all the national efforts on behalf of each one of the stakeholders. That's why we input this value into NRED. With all the costs that this country has assumed, what we do is adopting it within our methodologic framework for it to be the source of the alignment in the periods of accreditation as well as the GNRED. In that sense, Ser Carbono analyzes where credits go to. As our colleague panel member, what we want is to assure the integrity of credits for this area to be input. From Ser Carbono, there is no issue. We are aligning the methodology and the processes we are mentioning. What we need is for communities to understand their role and participation and their position, which they have won within the market. If it were not for them, communities nowadays would not be highlighted, since these spaces have allowed for them to be well known and from their communities to say that we exist, that they are taken into account. Yes, we recognize we have to improve many of the processes, but actually the jurisdictional focus as such is what we have to focus into as a country decision, since the function of the activities from on behalf of the state are, as you have seen, very linked to what the president in office has in their agenda, has planned in their agenda. So very attentive and swift to recognize these situations and generate different tools and instruments. We're closing to these communities. Along with the event we went to in Cartagena, we were able to meet what communities have been facing, their fears, this lack of knowledge of the technical part, as well as in the distribution of benefits. Us as Ser Carbono were close to launching this new tool of financial transparency, which is important at the development of projects. The costs for their development are high, and many developers carry them out. So towards the future, we have been foreseeing that these processes should implement them. They're strengthening their capacities, but everything has a cost. A credit can have a certain value, but behind this value, there is a whole exercise which requires its implementation and costing. That to round up, I'm not sure if this is clear, if the explanation was clear. We have two questions to be, this should be, we're all tired and we should be closing this panel now. Yes, Holder, would you like to finish up with 2 words? Could you repeat what you said? We weren't able to hear it. Yes, could you, somebody in the auditorium was able to see. Yes, to Catalina and Salvador, Lucas was inviting for us to make a final 2-word message since the event had been longer than planned. Yes, I think those words have been already said by everyone. The future is jurisdictional. That is our present now. We have to adapt to this, and it's the challenge for everyone. I will add up a new quote, what Wellington said about the building of trust. That is the process we have to undergo from the jurisdictional point of view for this focus to work. Thank you, Ivan. Two words, double accounting and how to avoid them, or how to avoid it. If we have sustained reductions in the materialization of the financing, recognizing that reducing deforestation is much more expensive than what we thought, so results might be lower in volume. They should have higher value than nowadays. 2 words, being informed, and secondly, about the opportunities. Since there are many details, like the ownership or titling you were mentioning, it's not that we're demanding a title, a deed, but there are other ways of establishing the ownership in the reduction of emissions. But as we have heard from the initiative of the Orinoco Basin and Chocó, from the jurisdictional standpoint, from our standard, what's important is to be informed about the possibilities of what this renders to communities, as well as complexity, better prices, and access to resources. Finally, perfect, Salvador. 2 words, yes, thank you. We consider that this point we are undergoing nowadays is when the red initiatives led by governments with the initiatives of multinationals are finally converging with the initiatives on behalf of the local and private sector. It's important to be able to make joint efforts to increase integrity of these initiatives, and finally making it possible for all stakeholders to be able to collaborate and benefit. Maybe we still need the operative mechanisms and tools to nest and make joint programs, but we have a methodological focus. Our methodologies are not the only ones, but we can link them with others. Thank you. Catalina, 2 words. I would like to highlight the topic about consensus and uniformity of actions to be able to acquire a market as such, a market stance. We actually need for this space. We're undergoing a juncture term which is demanding from us an opportunity to improve, but we need to homogenize technical and political aspects for this to keep on going and for the market to keep on working. Therefore, I think the idea of this panel and the next, where we can keep on intervening, is based on the agreement. There is a big fact, but we need to keep on working the best way, not confronting among stakeholders or programs against projects. We have to improve for the good of everyone. This topic about climate change is a reality, is a fact, and we need to render real results. Thank you, Catalina.
Okay, thank you. For the people that are connected to our panel speakers, I would like to ask 2 favors. Please do not leave. We're going to take a picture, a group picture, to remember this process together with the panel speakers and together with Catalina with her virtual presence. And I would like to thank on behalf, daring to thank on behalf of the U.S. Department, WCS, for their participation and for hosting and supporting this process. We still have, the project has also an approach on creating tools. And in a couple of months to come, we will be socializing these tools globally to support this process, this discussion process. Many of the things that we've seen today, the complexity it may have, but this wonderful complexity that we as technicians are aware, we admire, we respect, and we understand what this complexity implies, but we also embrace it. We are in a moment in which seeing like a picture, an old picture of the egg of the snake. We see it is there. We see the efforts that are supporting the process. We see the shape. We still need some details, but we have everything. We are seeing the shape. And this has been reflected of what Catalina was saying. We have a goal, a superior goal to aim, and we are not also mitigating, but this adaptation in micro, in detail, administrative, technical, these are part. As humankind, we need to create a change in climate change. Thank you. And thanks to all the people that are connected. And thank you for socializing all these tools for all of us. Have a good afternoon.